Hello, 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 and welcome back to Minecraft. And congratulations, Penguin, on getting the first redeem. Congrats, congrats. The deer is the deer. Hello, Jade. Hello, Deltara. I hope you guys are doing good. Hang on, is my music too loud? No, it's good. It's my headphones that were too loud. Okay, so I don't know how many of you saw my Twitter post, but I did a little bit of off-camera mining, but I kept it in a separate chest for you guys. The goal of the mining trip was obsidian, so we can make a nether portal, because we decided we're going to have our base on the Mushroom Island, because this cherry blossom biome is too small, but also, personally, is it over here? Ugly. That's an ugly view. We don't like that. Alright, so I'll show you what I got. So we got the normal with the blocks. I got a couple of lava buckets because I was finding like individual lava sources at first before I found a lava lake, and I just mined a bunch of obsidian. We got 4 diamonds. I made one of them into a pick because, well, I needed that to get the obsidian, and I found some glow squids, so I relieved them of their ink so we can have decorations. And then we got a little bit of iron, copper, and lapis. So there is something I want to try. Oh wait, we need flint and steel to light the portal. This will just take a moment, hopefully. I probably should have done this off stream, but I didn't think about it. I don't know how long this usually takes. Ah, you made me ink! Yeah, it's from Finding Nemo, isn't it? 1 out of 10? Psh, well, I'm not a voice actor. Besides, I'm better at doing my own voices rather than trying to copy other people's voices. Also, my throat's still a little bit meh. Oh, you meant flint drop chance, not me? Okay. Me, 10 out of 10. Oh, that's nice. Oh, there we go. We got 2. We only need 1. Now I can burn everything to the ground. Very nice. Alright, we're gonna sleep because it's nighttime and mobs scare me. They scare me. Alright, so there is something I want to try, and that is, I don't know if it'll work, but if I pillar up, all the way up, oh, I'll probably need a water bucket. I had a little bit accident when I was in the mines with my water, where I placed down the water, and then I accidentally placed a torch right over it, so it deleted my water. So I just need to get a little bit more water. But luckily, we live right by water, so... Why am I getting water? Because we're gonna have to pillar up and down. I'm gonna see if building all the way to build height and then making the portal will get me on the roof. And if not, it'll at least get me closer to it. And then all we need is 2 ladders and an ender pearl. The meme with the... Yeah. That, but Celia. Yeah, I would love to... That'd be funny. That'd be funny if we had art of me doing that. The little girl of the house burning. Alright, let's see. We're just gonna pillar all the way up. And then I'm gonna water stream it down, because we will have to get down here eventually. So what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna have a hole. A little bit of a hole for the water. A hole for the water? Yes, a hole for the water, so it doesn't go everywhere. Because I don't want it to wipe out my torches, because then we're not going to be in a safe situation. Alright, so we're going to go all the way to build height. And then we'll have to go a couple blocks down to actually be able to make the nether portal. but it's gonna be okay. The water is also how we're gonna get back up, so that's why I'm not putting it in the hole. I'm gonna drop it down from the top. Is what I am going to do. Wow, look at us go. The grass is so vibrant in the cherry blossom area. I didn't really notice that before, but like look at like the normal grass versus the cherry blossom grass. It's just brighter. Very nice. And then and then and then there. Like look at that cherry blossom. It's such a small cherry blossom biome. However, I have seen smaller cherry blossom biomes. I'm just glad that we found one at all. Because, oh my gosh, that took forever to find it. All the way up we go to the sky. I think I have clouds off. Because, my computer is just a little guy. A little guy in a big old world. Whole biome in one screen. Yeah, not even. Like, look at that. It's just... Can you even call it a biome at that point? But I have seen smaller cherry blossom biomes where it was only like a little section of it. But whatever. We found some. We got the trees. We got the blossoms. We can make a blossom farm. Oh, I do have clouds on. Oh, I think I have them on fast. I got turned around, didn't I? My hole's this way. I think. We gotta make sure we're facing the right way. Because otherwise, we're gonna lose all of our torches and have to run around and replace them. Can mobs spawn in water? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because we got drowned. I probably could have built this off stream, but you know, we gotta do something. I mean, I really hope this works because otherwise we're gonna have to try to find an Enderman and try to get Ender Pearls. If this doesn't put us on the roof of the Nether, I really hope we oh, okay, height limit. Very good. So, to build a Nether portal... Hang on. Nether portal. I need the dimensions. So, it has to have 2 and then 3. So, technically, it's a 5 by 4. So I need to go down by 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just place the water. All right, we got this. Okay, so 1, 2. And then... So that is 1... Hang on. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it'll be 1, 2, 3. I'm just want to see the frame as wooden blocks first to make sure we got the sizing right. Okay. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4? No. Maybe? No. 3. Okay, it only needs to be 3 high. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So. Okay, yeah, okay. So obsidian. I am going to make a little platform on the other side of it for when we come back out so we don't immediately die, just in case. Just in case. You know? Perishing is, not preferred. I don't know if you guys know that, but dying is, not preferred at all. Alright, so we'll take these out. Because we only need the corners. Because we don't have to use the corners for obsidian. Okay. We are going to need a new water source, though. Because, yeah. Anyway. For going down, we can at least just yeet. There we go. Lovely! Alright, we'll grab another water source, and then it's gonna be a trek. A trek to get back up. But this is exciting. I hope this works. If not, we'll just deal with it. We'll just deal. I already have the coordinates, because I used another portal calculator thingamabob for the mushroom biome just before stream started, because I thought that would be a good thing to have. So I will be able to make that. And what my plan is for the base is I'm going to replace the mycelium with grass blocks. So I'm going to either need an enderman to help me out with getting a grass block, and then we place a bunch of dirt, or I'm going to need to get silk touch. And then we're going to need to grab one. I'm going to leave the water bucket here for now. Because we're going to the... Oh! I guess I picked up some obsidian before I went to the nether. Okay, I forgot about that. I'm going to leave half of it here because I don't think we need it all. Because 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, you just need 10 for a portal. But I do want to bring a couple of extra pieces just in case we have issues. I should probably replenish my tools before I head in there. Just because that's the smart thing to do, I believe. Here, I'll throw my stuff in the furnace. 1, 2, 3. We got 3 tools that need fixing up. There we go. Lovely. And now that I've shown you guys, I don't actually have to keep it in the off-mining chest. This is my cherry blossom chest that I started when I was deforesting a little bit. We got a lot of petals. We got a lot of petals. Anyways, this is gonna take us a hot minute to get up, and I actually got a little bit of a story time while we do head back up here. Let me just pop my head out so I don't die. Anyways, so I've been looking for a job because, you know, I'm currently no job, but I got a text. I use a Google number rather than my actual phone number for applying the jobs because I don't need random people having my phone number. And I got a text that was like, oh, we reviewed your resume for this remote data entry admin job. And I was like, oh, awesome. They like my resume. And the next text was like for $28 an hour. I'm like, oh my God, that's double what I was making before. Even better. It's like, this is the contact username for our manager. And I was like, oh, it was on Indeed because they said they reviewed my resume on Indeed. And all you need to do is download this app and contact them with that username. I was like, download? I don't know about that. Because since being hacked, I'm skeptical about downloading anything. So I went on Indeed and I searched up the name of the place because that's what you do. And the first result I got was don't interact with these people, it is a scam. And I was like, yep, that's about what I figured. Alright guys, the moment of truth. Here's hoping that we end up on the nether roof. Hey, did that rhyme? I'm just a silly little guy. Nether roof, please. Why is this taking so long? God damn it. I didn't bring any blocks with me. Like a dumbass. And we're in the worst biome possible. As well, a basalt. We're in a basalt of all biomes. For goodness gracious. Alright, I guess we'll just put a couple of blocks on this other side over here. All right, I'm gonna go get blocks because I forgot to grab blocks. I realized that I will need that. All right, all right. At the very least, you see, that's why I put a platform over there, so I wouldn't die. At the very least, we might be higher up than we would have been if I had just built it on the ground, so that might make it a little bit easier to get to the roof. But now we're going to need a couple of things. We're going to need some ender pearls, because I'm not certain I can do it first shot to get on the roof. And we are going to need a couple of ladders. Ladders, easy. Ladders is the easy part. I don't want to use wood. How much iron do I have? Okay, I'm gonna... No! You bitch! I should build a shield. Let's build a shield. There goes my heart rate. I already have a shield on me. What? And now we have a backup shield. Okay, dirt. Where's the dirt that they blew up? Oh, wait. That's fine. It's just such a habit to put a torch down for a creeper hole, but that's fine. Okay. How... Do I not have enough torches out here? I'll put one right there. I see you. Okay, well, I don't know how to fight creepers. Clearly. Clearly, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a little guy in a big world who doesn't know what they're doing. Anyway, let's put the important stuff and leave it in here. Because if it's in the chest, it's at least somewhat safe. We're gonna grab some stone, I guess. I'll show you guys where I started mining these 2 torches over here. Oh, I was trying to eat bread. Oh, I'm hitting my head on every single block. We're just gonna fix that. And that'll give us the blocks that we need for the nether, is by fixing the hitting our head on every single block. Right, I found a cave. And I kind of just went from there. Oh, did I not light up this way? Well, anyway, that's dead now. Whoop! I had my shield up. Okay. I should have lit up this area too, but, you know, whatever. We're just gonna grab some stone and then we'll be good. My nose is itchy. 1 second. There we go. I don't know how much we need because we're just gonna go kind of straight up. And then nether. I do want to make a small box around my portal in case I'm running away from a ghast. So maybe 2 stacks? That should be good. What do you guys think? Do you think 2 stacks is good enough? We'll just put another light there. Hopefully that's lit up enough. I kind of ran around when I was first grabbing lava. Wasn't really trying to make sure everything was lit up because I wasn't really intending to come back down here for anything because I was like, oh, we're going to go to the other island, so I would probably want my mines to be over there. So I didn't really consider making it safe. Yep. Hang on. My hair is like tickling me. Get back in my headband. There you go. The stupid little baby hairs at the back of your neck just tickling me for no reason. Wow. This must be some real good entertainment. Just mining out cobblestone. Well, technically I'm mining the stone, but I'm getting cobblestone, so. Yee. Entertainment. I'm excited to, because what my plan is. Here, I'll talk about my plan for the base, because I'll talk about that. My plan for the base is to make our own cherry blossom biome. We're relocating the cherry blossom biome, basically. That is what we are doing. We're just relocating it. That is the goal. We're gonna make a big ass tree and we're relocating the biome. Hello, little sheep. I think the tricky thing about the Mushroom Island is that we don't get normal animal spawns like sheep. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation, I think. Put the string in there. All right, so we're just going to try to get up to the nether roof area. We're not going to actually get on the roof at the moment, just because we don't have the ender pearls for it. So we need... Yeah, basically the only thing we actually need to hunt for is ender pearls, because that's how we get on the roof. I guess the real hard part, aside from that, would be finding the right spot in the roof to pearl up. I need to find out... I need to recheck what Y level we need to be at to ender pearl up to the roof, because we have to be 1 block away from it in order to clip through the block, is the issue. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to Google that, because I don't remember. But it'll be fine. We're not even at that point yet. We need to get an ender pearl first. Well, actually, we'll probably need like 3 or something, because I doubt I would get it on my first try. If I do, awesome, great. We have extra ender pearls. But we're gonna need that for the end anyway. So we're just gonna have to get ender pearls in general. Well, almost at the top. It'll be really nice if I can make this soul sand and just go real. Oh, wait, then I would have to make them all source blocks. I need to get some kelp. Mike? Oh, I was not even going up. I was just hitting my head against the roof. Okay. That's why you look up a little bit, if that's where you're heading. All right, so. No! I don't know what to do. I wasn't holding shift. Okay. I accidentally pressed my shift button instead of my control button, and my control button is my crouch. Hold my breath in the lava. Okay. I don't have too much on me. I have some bread. I got a couple of iron tools. I have a backup shield at base. I've already slept in the bed. I don't just want to give up. But I honestly don't see a way out of this. Unless I get incredibly lucky. Okay, I'm gonna try to get... There's a tiny little block over here. I don't think I can get to it. I can't swim in lava. Yes, I can. Oh, it's too far away. Okay. Take 2. This time, we're gonna be using stone tools. Just in case. Well, that was a thing that happened. I also lost a lot of torches, which is a little bit annoying. I don't really need torches for while I'm going into the nether, though, I don't think. But I'll keep those, because now we gotta go get the blocks again. Okay. Okay, good. I do have extra wheat. Hay bales, so I can make bread. Alright, 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 alright. Okay, I'll leave the rest. I'll actually make it a block again. Alright, okay, I'll make one more piece of bread because I got 3 wheat, so I might as well. No way! Okay, hang on. Haha, you fucker! Oh, sweet! We actually got an ender pearl! Nice! Alright. We're alright. Everything is fine. I can't believe I accidentally pressed my sprint button instead of my shift button, and I just ran off the edge. But you know, whatever. Why am I hit? Okay, there. That's better. We're just gonna dig into this wall. Okay. We're just gonna pretend that first time didn't happen. And everything's gonna be fine. Oh, there's copper over here. I'll have to get that later. Before we... Because we're gonna be moving all of our stuff over. This is gonna be a little bit of a process. But, you know... It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. We're just gonna gather some stone for some blocks. I'm actually gonna press the shift button this time. Yeah. Oh! I actually need this coal because I'm gonna need some more torches. Because I don't have that many. Because I lost them all. And a glitch. Yep, the game glitched and I lost all my torches. That's what happened. I might as well grab that to get it out of the way. I do like diorite. I do like using diorite as a building block, so might as well grab some of that while I'm here. Place that down. Okay. Everything is okay. The glitch is real. Yeah, the glitch of sprinting into... Yep. Alright, 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 alright. Now we just need more stone. We got these. Everything is under control. It doesn't look like it's under control, but I promise you it's under control. Just don't look behind the curtain. Where everything is on fire. Including me. Alright, alright, alright. We got this. We got this time. Everything is gonna be actually good. Look, no, bad Deltra. Bad. Bad Deltra. No looking behind the curtain. Okay. Don't look behind the curtain. The curtain itself is also on fire. What is that emote? What does it say? They holding their... What? Are they holding their head or what? I don't even know what that emote is. Sometimes emotes, when you just see them when they're too small, you just have no idea. Can I make chat bigger? Because I'm blind? Chat settings? I don't know how to make chat bigger. I'll have to deal with that off stream. Because the chat size is fine for me reading stuff, but being able to see emotes sometimes is a little bit difficult. Alright, that's enough stone. And it's nighttime! My favorite time! Did I just hear a villager? No, it's probably a witch. No, witches sound different. Whatever. I'm so confused, but I'll just go with it, I guess. Wait, there's a dark spot over here. That's probably where the creeper spawned before. Okay, I could have sworn I heard someone... Whatever. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine! Alright, let's get a new pickaxe. If we're going to the nether, we're actually going to need a couple of pickaxes, so... 1, 2, 3. 3. I can count. 1, 2, 3. And then I'll make a couple more torches, but I'll leave them here in the overworlds because we don't need them. Put them here. We don't need them in the nether. Okay, for the first time, let's go to the nether. Here, I'll actually go up this way. Aha, the sweet spot. Alright. This time, we got this. We got these. Everything's gonna be perfectly fine. Wow. Ooh, we're above the clouds. Okay, not too much far to go now. I don't know if this is faster than ladders. I don't know if, does anyone in chat know if going up a water stream is faster than ladders? Is my eyes closed or is it just because when I look over? Oh, my blinking is really sensitive for some reason. I guess that's the normal. I guess that's the normal sensitivity. Whatever. I don't know. I'm going crazy. Open my eyeballs all the way. It could be that my glasses are dirty. That could be it. I might need to clean my glasses. Because if my glasses have smudges on them, then I'm just gonna clean my glasses real quick and maybe that'll fix. Just don't mind me being a disembodied voice real quick. And the voices in your head. Mysterious voice. I don't know why, but I feel like I sound different than usual to myself. And so I don't know if I sound different than usual to you guys. I don't know. I don't know. You got a code for a Twitch Minecraft. That's cool. Alright, let me make sure my tracking is good. Alright, I don't know if it's better or if I'm just psyching myself out or what. Up we go! Capes can be kind of cool. I don't use capes. Should be in the notification. The oh, for notification. Do I have like a connected rewards thing? Crouch button. All right. All right, we're just making a little safety box. There. And then on this side too, so we don't run off the edge while running back to the portal. And then there is some like lava right there, so I guess we're gonna want to make a staircase, so let's go that way. That gave me anxiety. I don't know if that gave anyone else anxiety when I did that little hop there. I don't know why. Alright, so. Ooh, I heard a ghast. I don't think they can break cobblestone, so we should be okay. We are digging into basalt, so we are gonna have to be a little bit careful. I'm just gonna move my emergency blocks a little bit closer on my hotbar, in case we need to block up a lava thing. Same place you look at gifted subs. Let me see. I want to see if I have one. I want to see if I can have the cape, even though I don't use them. I want to see if I can have it. My Twitch? Primogems. I just got a bunch of Genshin stuff. Oh well. No thing for me. I guess they don't like me. Twitch doesn't. Whoa! What? Oh! I did a thing. Hushbanary. Full of friends and food. Make the text of any sign glow. Okay. Wow. That's actually really cool. Adventure. Can I zoom out? Nope. Okay, that just scrolls for me. Wow, look at that. Okay, so bad. Hey, this is pretty neat. I didn't know that. I didn't really remember how to find this. Look at a parrot. Look at a ghast. Okay. Oh, okay, so here's all the ones that we've started with. And then we just gotta enchant Aya Ender. And then this is the Nether, which is us getting to the Nether, and then no achievement for perishing, because why would you want to do that? Anyway. I don't think I need torches throughout here, right? Nah, probably not. Probably not. Hey, and on the bright side, we're getting some blackstone, which I actually would love to build with. So, blackstone is such a pretty block. So, we're getting a little bit of a win here. We are going to need 2 portals on our home base island. One for the roof of the Nether, because that's where our Nether hub is going to be. And one for getting actually into the Nether, because we are going to want, like, you know, Nether blocks and whatnot. That's scary. What the fuck was that noise? That sounded like a clicker. No, 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 no. Okay, we're gonna turn directions to not get hit by that. But I am gonna fix... Well, I could fix that on the way back. Jesus, what is that sound? Oh, that's what those fucking things sound like? Jesus Christ, they sound terrifying. Oh, no, 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 no! Okay, we're gonna go this way. Okay. Lovely. So, if I can just carefully Get up. Just carefully. 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 Slowly. Make my way up. Why did we have to spawn in a basalt delta of all places? I don't like mobs being able to drop in on my head. Okay. Oh, hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Tonito. Hi. Well, we got lots of people coming in. Let's see, Coco, Tonito, of course, and then there's Demi, and then Jade. You were doing the both. You were in both of our streams. Hello, everyone. I assume most of you already know who I am. Tree Spirit, taking on the form of a deer girl, because Tonito and I are friends. But regardless of whether you know me or not, you might want to see a raid trailer, perhaps. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't want to see that. Maybe you just don't. Wife? Yes, you are my wife. You're my wife, Tonito. Yes, you will. Yep. All right, let's get to trailer. With her going on an adventure. I'm gonna break into people's houses and steal all their shit. No! Oh my god, no! We can make them gay! It was inhibibit. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, get fucked, fans! You're dead! You're so dead! Oh shit, it's the balls! Hello, and welcome back. And we should get a shout out for Tonito. Delta, are you still here? Do I need to do it? Oh, I might need to pause my music too for the shout out. I don't know if Delta is still here. I'm not gonna make Tonito shout out himself, so. I got you. You're not allowed to shout out yourself.
Oh god, what's worse than the underworld and heaven?
What? Oh, I've seen this game on TikTok advertised. Isn't this a dating sim?
Australia.
The underworld?
We're lagging. We're lagging a little bit. I don't know why my clip player is lagging. You don't want to hear yourself, but you're adorable. You're adorable. What the fuck? Oh, it's a train. I'm hearing a train go by.
Wow, I was expecting a stupid answer coming from you, to be honest.
Stupid answer coming from me? I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy in a big old world. Looks like a... Wait, I have two things open? For OBS?
When have I ever answered you sarcastically or stupid?
Oh, well, there were opportunities, technically.
Opportunities to answer a question stupidly, I would always if I have the opportunity. Hello, so I don't know how to say your name. I know you've been here before. That's not a first time chat. I can never remember how to say people's names because I can't read. We're in the Nether. Nothing bad has happened yet. There's no need for you to fact check because nothing bad has happened, nor will it. We are just trying to get to the roof of the Nether. There aren't any creepers in the Nether. How dare you? I did not fall into lava. Delta is lying. Slander. Anyway. We're just gonna keep on trudging forward. We're putting up a wall. In case of ghasts, we don't want ghast to see us. Is what we are doing. So we are currently making our way to the roof of the Nether is our goal. If I can stop putting blocks back where I'm gonna need to head towards. The only issue is that we spawned in a basalt delta. So, we do have to deal with that. But, now that we've reached Netherrack, I do feel a little bit better about our progress. I didn't die. I don't know what Delta is talking about. You know how Delta will bully me, slander me, all that stuff. You know how Delta is. How would I even fall into lava when I'm being so careful? At least make it realistic, Delta. Everyone knows you need to hold shift when you're in the Nether. Oh, it looks like I'm gonna need to start using some of the blocks I've collected. Stop that! Not me actually starting to run in the first direction I don't see a creeper. Jesus. I'm being bullied. Oh, I guess I actually needed to not make the roof there yet. Wait, I might need to be higher, actually. Yeah, we're gonna make it a little bit higher because we don't want to hit our head. There we go. I'm being terrorized by my own chat. How cruel. I'm just a little guy. How could you do this to me? I might want to use the netherrack actually because I don't like that block as much as I like the other blocks, so might as well use that for filling up holes and whatnot. We're still in the basalt. I thought we were leaving it when I hit the netherrack. I was really excited too. We're gonna be slowly making our way. Making my way downtown. Mining fast. Enderman's Pass and I'm homebound. Yeah, I gotta... If lava pops up, I gotta... Oh! Bedrock! Perfect! We just need to find... Okay, hang on. I need to look at the... Have to get Roof of Nether. Climb ladder at the edge of bedrock. Yeah, but what is the coordinates I need to be at? What is the highest bedrock in Nether? Okay, bedrock comprises of the top, including and bottom 4 layers in a rough pattern, essentially making the Nether 128 blocks high. So 128, so I need to be at 127? Okay. So right here, I'm at 123. Okay, so I need to get higher. Or is that the highest? Because I'm not seeing anywhere higher than that. I really hope that's the highest because I'm not having luck with getting higher. If I crouch, do I get lower? I think this might be where I need to be. Like this height. I don't know if someone would want to fact check that because Google wasn't the most helpful. Oh, no. Okay, there's one that's slightly higher. Okay. Oh, but I can't get there. How do I get there? I can't break bedrock. All right, so that block is not the highest. Shit. Okay. This is rough. We're just gonna have to do our best. Okay, that one. Okay, so let me just block off that direction then, because that is the wrong direction for us to go. So. Yeah, this is probably where we need to be. That height there. Okay, so now we just need the ladders and the ender pearls. Alright, now let's head back. Okay, am I gonna be hitting my head on this? I don't want to do that. I don't want to hit my head on the blocks on our way back, so I'm just gonna trim it back a little bit. Because we're gonna be having to do a back and forth here. This isn't just a one-time go back, get the stuff, and go. This is a... Well, there's a hole. That's dangerous. This is a... We're removing all of the stuff that we found on our big adventure. So. Might as well make it a little bit bearable. Not have anything see us. I would like to not be murdered. Okay, we got this. Just plug that in. There we go. Thank God I'm on the top part of the stairs and not the bottom part. Okay, very well. Now we have to wait. We just gotta wait for the lava to fuck off. Goodbye, lava. It's gonna keep flowing down, isn't it? I don't want to lose the blocks while I'm mining because I do want to use these blocks. This is, gonna take a little bit. I feel like. We're just, patiently waiting for the lava to recede, I guess. Is what we're doing. I am... Yep, this is what we're doing. Oh, our thing broke. Okay. Oh, there goes one of my blocks. I need to be a little bit more patient than that. It's fine. It's fine. I just want to get out. Okay, I hear an asshole. So... what I'm gonna do is protect myself as best as I can. Just gonna do my best. That's all that you can ask for, is my best. And I'm very scared. I'm very scared in the Nether. I'm not made for this environment. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. And I'm very, very scared. As long as gas doesn't see us while we're doing this, we should be just fine. Because netherrack is very blow-upable by ghasts. No, not above me. Thank you, though. Ooh, okay. We're almost there. We're almost completely safe. No deer roast. We're fine. Everything is under control. Everything is hunky-dory and whatnot. Just gonna build a wall. Like Trump tried to do. There we go. That should keep us safe. right, now we just need ladders and ender pearls. And it's nighttime. Hooray, nighttime. Let's get in the bed before anything can blow us up. Okay, lovely. Now... Okay, I'm just gonna stick these in here. I am gonna take emergency blocks. I think. When do I? No. Yes. Maybe. No. No. Ladders. I think I need sticks for. I'll just take. Nope. I think this is how I make. Yeah. Okay. I just need a couple of them. And then ender pearls. We might need more ender pearls. If I'm getting onto the roof, I'm gonna need my blocks. I'll bring a couple of extras. Hang on. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Now, we just need more ender pearls. Unless I can get it in one shot. But do I really want to go all the way back up just to have to come all the way back down if I don't have enough ender pearls? No, I do not. Leaf is butt. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to plan here, but I guess what I need to do is... Ah, that's in the wrong chest. Here. This is our end setup. Or no, nether. I can't. I guess what I need to do is actually let it be night, or I could go into a cave to find Enderman. What? Okay, I don't know if I have anything. I don't think I have any emeralds, actually. I think I tossed them. I don't have any, but I want to see what he has regardless. At the very least, we can get some free leads. Don't tell him that. Hello, sir. I would like to look at your wares. Sir, don't walk away from me, sir. Ooh, backed eye. That actually would have been really nice. Unfortunately for you, I'm broke. So. I'm just gonna... Thank you. I thought he turned invisible, which would have been the correct thing to do. Small tub of fruit. Ooh, fruit. Fruit is delicious. All right, we got some free leads, so that's nice. I got a flower that I wasn't trying to get. All right, so we didn't find a warped forest, unfortunately. So what we're gonna have to do is hunt for Enderman in the overworld. So I guess I need to go to my cave because I slept through the night without. That's a zombie. We don't need a zombie. What we need is an Enderman. This cave is... I got a shield this time, bitch! Anyway. I don't really know where I'm going. I probably should bring a water bucket, actually, now that I think about it. I forgot my water bucket. If I'm going to be caving, I need that in case I need to do stuff. You know, jump, whatnot. Wow. Forgot my water bucket. This is just a lot of back and forth right now. Wow. It's okay. We're going to get there eventually. I promise. One day we will be there. Alright. I think I have everything I need. Yeah. We got this. Snow. I don't know if I would ever need snow for anything. I don't know if it's worth it. How often do Endermen spawn? Are Endermen more likely to spawn above or below ground? Do Endermen spawn more above or below ground? Okay, that's just telling me about the Nether. It's giving me no information. Got it. Into the cave we go. All right, we got these. And that's a bat. Those are not Endermen. You're not an Enderman. I don't care about you. A potato? How do I get Enderman to spawn? I guess I take out a couple of torches. I'm gonna start from the back. Take out the torches and then run back to the front. You can't catch me! I see you! I see you! Whoop! So does the skeleton. Skeleton also sees me. Can I get the skeleton to shoot the creeper? Nope. Well, I did, but a little bit. Not to kill it. I had my shield up. That was such bull. Oh, just shooting it once isn't enough. It has to kill it. Okay. Oh, there's another torch over here. Glow lichen. There we go. Now it's spooky. How far away do I have to be to let stuff spawn? I don't really want to make a mob farm. Do Endermen even pop up in mob farms? Is this torch being too bright? Is this far enough away? I don't know if this is far enough away. Alright, we'll just have to... Well, it might be nighttime now, so let's go onto the surface. It's not. Caves kind of scare me. Oh! I had my shield up! That was bullshit! That was bullshit! I had my shield up! Where did he come from anyway? I lit up that side. Oh, he's gonna pick up my shit, isn't he? Well, at least I knocked him off the edge. I don't know how to fight in Minecraft, if you can't tell. Alright. I knocked him off the side, so that's fine. I just wish my stuff didn't always explode everywhere when I died. Where's my other stuff? Where is he? Where is he? coming from that stupid hole. Okay. I don't have enough blocks. That's not... Okay. Okay, now they can't get through. My stuff fall. Nah, the zombie fell. Dumb zombie. You know what? It's just stone tools. Oh, here's my pickaxe. It's just stone tools. I don't really need it, do I? Hat hats. Oh, I didn't notice it because I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry. You're a lurk. Stay safe in the key. Thank you for the lurks. And thank you for the hip hats, even though I was so focused. I didn't see it. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna go back to the top. The top is safe. Because the mines are scary. The caves are just scary. And it's nighttime anyway, so we'll just find an Enderman this way. It'll be easier this way. Yeah. Ice? I have ice? Okay, well I don't have silk touch, so I can't get it. Is this a cave? Alrighty then. Now I just need to wait for mobs to spawn. How long does that usually take? I'm gonna put this stuff in my chest. Put this one in this one. See, we need to get the base set up so I can actually have a storage system. Is it dark enough yet? We're gonna be looking that way, I guess. I wish I had Optifine. But I have issues setting that up. Okay, that is like the opposite of what we want. 4 fucking creepers, Jesus. Okay, we're gonna run around our lit up area. And try to see if we can find an Enderman. I don't think they spawn as often as the other mobs is the issue, though. Yeah. I don't think they spawn as often. But the easy thing is that we can just look at them and they can teleport to us. So that'll make it a little bit easier. How do you see me from all the way over there? Oh, there's a zombie with armor. I was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, a shulker? There's no way a shulker would be on the overworld. It's just leather armor. Well, yeah, I would have been surprised if that zombie didn't see me from that. Where are all the Endermen? Oh, I didn't actually eat the bread. Hello? It's not usually this hard to find them, is it? Like, seriously? Anyway. Endermen don't like water, so I also have a water bucket on me. So I'll be okay. Should I just run through the dark and hope I see one? Here we go! Lots of skeletons, though. Don't really like that. Hang on. Nope, that's not it. There's a... Would it be in controls? No. It would be in... Simulation distance. Make them spawn in faster. Leave me alone, spider. Man, this is rough. I do not think that this is the way to do it. But, like, would it be faster to try to look for a warped forest in the Nether? It just might be. It just might be faster. Because this doesn't really seem to be working. All we're getting is a bunch of zombies and skeletons, which at least will burn in the sun, unlike the creepers. Hello, Ender Clutch. Hello, hello. Nobody tell them that we're looking for Endermen to murder. We are just going to try to look for a warped forest, I think, in the Nether. Because I don't know what else to do. I could just call you Ender. Alright, hello there. Let's see. Okay, we're going to need some blocks. Not wood. I don't want to use the deep slate. Where am I? Ender? Okay, we'll take the basalt. I don't want to do the blackstone. I like the blackstone. And let's take a couple of extra pickaxes. Where's my... I don't have any cobblestone. Because I used all my cobblestone. That's not good. I don't have any cobblestone. Alright, I'll just have to pick up a couple of cobblestone then. And... not the Enderman. We just need the Ender Pearls. It's nothing against Endermen, personally. We just need the Ender Pearls. We just like them so much we want to teleport like them. That's all. Actually, one more. Alright, that's enough. I'm not gonna use my pickaxe to mine a fucking piece of snow. There we go. Alright, so now we can make a couple more pickaxes. And go back to the Nether. This could be scary, but we got this. Okay, we don't need our water in the Nether because that'll literally do nothing for us. Should we get a shovel? We might want a shovel. We're probably not going to need a shovel. Right? Yeah. Put the sticks back. Okay. I don't know if I need my torches. We'll bring them anyway. We're going to need to take our nether cords of the nether portal that we have. In case we get lost while we're looking for the warped forest. There's a spider. That is so not what we need. What I need is ender pearls. I guess I should have brought a boat. Oh well. Too late. I'm already halfway up, I think. I'm regretting putting this so high up now. I really thought it would work. Honestly. Maybe I should have tested it in a playtest world or something. I don't know. But I just was hoping it would work. And then we wouldn't have to deal. You know? It's all the way high up because we were trying to get on the roof to the nether, but it didn't work. We need ender pearls for that, apparently. And we failed. I was hoping if I put it all the way up build height, I guess I should try to leave my safety zone. Oh wait, I need to get my coordinates first and write them down. Okay, so where's my pen? This is not how it works. Well, I'm not the best at Minecraft. I'm just above noob level, but I'm still pretty noobish. Another portal. If my pen will work. Alright, so 487 negative 308. Alright, so now we will be able to get back if we get lost. And we're probably gonna get lost. We just had to spawn in a basalt delta. Jeez, the fog makes it tough. Should I just turn off fog? How do I turn off fog? Particles decreased. I don't see a fog button. I'll just keep going as is. I guess we'll go that way. I'd much rather be above land, even if it is basalt delta, than going over a lava lake. And I do know I'm heading right for that, but I'll turn. No fucking way! Holy shit! We spawned right next to a fortress? I mean, that doesn't help us at the moment with the ender pearls, but damn! Don't mind me if I do. Here I was complaining. Come here, little nether fortress. That's pretty damn cool. Uh-oh, I hear Blaze. I was hoping the Blaze spawner wouldn't be right there. Let me just... It's gonna be right fucking here, isn't it? No way. No way. Hang on. It sounds like they're right on top of us. They're right there. They're right there. They're right there. So, what I'm gonna do is go a different way. So, we can do that later. We can do that later. But hello. What we're gonna do for now is go the other way. We're gonna go up a little bit first and then go a different way. So we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go the opposite direction of the fortress. Just so I don't have to deal with the blazes right now. That is great that we have that for when we're ready. But we are... Did I come to the nether without any armor on? I have a shield. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll just lose it anyway if I was wearing it. I wasn't even looking for a fortress and it's right friggin' there. That's crazy. Why do we find everything that we're not looking for? You know what? I am no longer looking for a warped forest. I'm gonna be looking for a bastion. Yep, that's what we're looking for now. We are now looking for a bastion, not a warped forest game. Just so you know, video game Minecraft. Okay. Just a little bit scared of everything. I'm not wearing gold. That might be a problem. I didn't really think I was gonna let it just walk up to me, did it? Is that nether waste? Maybe. Okay, I'll just go straight across real fast. Okay, we made it. I hear it. Okay, there it is. We'll just go up a little bit. I do want this. I would like the quartz if I can have it. Okay, so, I don't need the mushroom. We're gonna go this way. And I guess I should be... Where does it say my biome is? Hang on. I just spun around. Just in case. Where does it say my biome? Minecraft biome nether waste. Okay, we are in fact in the nether wastes. Good thing I brought extra pickaxes. Alright, now that we are actually getting those blocks, we'll just go for a little while and then I'll double check the biome in a minute. That's what we're gonna... Oh. Or that will happen. Okay. I can't see. So what I'm gonna do is temporarily... We just found a second fortress? What the fuck? I mean, sure, yeah, whatever. I mean, yeah, let's go. Let's go? I don't really know what to do with this information that we found a second one. He's not coming to attack me, is he? No, because that's not the type that'll attack me if I'm not wearing gold. I should find some gold and make something real quick. What is the one that costs the less? Boots? Wait, this is an iron. Is this gonna break? Oh no, okay, I get it. Sweet. I'm just gonna try to make something real quick, if I can. It's not enough though, I need, cause he's only giving me nuggets. That'll just keep me safe while I'm doing this. Okay, I'm gonna put the crafting table where I'm gonna end up at, so. Okay, I only got 3, and I need 1 more in order to make boots. That's the guy I'm trying not to get murdered by. Gold, please. More gold, please. Just a little bit, please. Please. We're just gonna do a temporary diggy tunnel to try to find gold. Just real quick. We'll just add that. Just real quick. Gold, please. Okay. We're back in the fucking bastion! Gold? I don't see gold. In case I need an escape, I'll build that staircase. It's your fault for attacking me. Alright, so the fortress is over here. Which is crazy. There's more gold over there. How do I get down? Safely. Alright. Oh, okay. So, we're okay. We got this. Those zombie piggies shouldn't attack me. I'm just gonna... Actually, let's make a wall here so I don't immediately get yeeted off the side. We're just gonna run. Okay, there's gold over there. No! He hits hard. Fine. 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 It's fine. I don't have any gold, do I? I do not. I do not own any gold. Maybe armor. Maybe. I don't have that much iron, though. Alright, let's make a chest plate. I'm gonna need another shield, helmet, and pants. I'm not gonna make boots because that's what I'm gonna make the gold thing out of. Our stuff is gone. That is just a fact. I am gonna need an iron pickaxe, I believe, to get the gold in the overworld. Man, I was so close. I should have just turned around and fought the guy instead of trying to run for the... It's fine. Actually, I'm gonna need sticks for more tools. Oh, and I'm also gonna need a new crafting table. We didn't really find much of anything that was worthwhile, so I guess it's fine. Well. Let's get some stone. Here, let's just go over there. There's lots of stone over there and I don't have to go in a cave. That's what we're doing. Oh, I didn't make any food. Okay, it's fine. I'll make food when I get back. If only water could work in the nether, then I could put it around me while I'm mining and it would push enemies away. Okay, perfect. So now I'll place this and make me a couple of tools. Because I'm not going to use my iron pickaxe for getting stone. Oh, I'm going to have to go deeper for gold, aren't I? Well, I need stone just in general. So let's... Oh, iron. We're going to grab some stone. I don't know what... I'm going to have to Google what level gold is at. And then we'll have to go from there. A single iron? Are you kidding me? Alrighty then, that's fine. Everything is fine. I didn't want more iron anyway. We're just gonna suffer, I guess. Yep, that's just what we're doing. If I'm fast enough, I could get all my stuff back once I get into the nether. Because the timer for 5 minutes doesn't start until I'm in the nether. At the very least. Because it's not loaded. That is something we learned on a different survival world. We'll just get a bunch of extra blocks because you need blocks in the nether. And relying on just mining what you can get your hands on when you get there is not always the best course of action. Alright, so now we have armor. So we should last a lot longer. 2 hits without armor, though? That is insane. Whatever. Whatever. We're fine. Everything's cool. We got these. I still can't believe that we found 2 nether fortresses. One of them was clearly bigger than the other. Or, well, it went kind of into a hallway area. But whatever. It's fine. Okay, almost there. Alright, and I'm gonna Google what level gold is at. Minecraft, what level for gold? Layer -16. Okay. Let's go to our mines. Drop off my freaking stone first. I have armor now, so I shouldn't die. I might still die. I should have turned back and made armor when I noticed I wasn't wearing any armor. But, you know, you live and you learn. Need to get some more pickaxes. More pickaxes! I have the sticks on me. Alright, so. More pickaxes. Put that one over there. And I should also give myself a shovel. And one more pickaxe. Why, hello there, Mr. Cow. Alright, into the mines, and then we're gonna... Oh, wait, I need food. Almost forgot my food! That's not... There we go. got this. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. It's fine. Everything's fine. Lovely. To the mine, if you can call it that. Down we go. It doesn't really go that far down, so we're probably gonna have to dig down more. This is just, what we need to- I don't have torches! Goodness gracious, Sylvia. How are you gonna see if you don't have light? Right, right, I need the light. I am just a little guy of a mess. I'm a snow globe, but the pieces weren't glued down and someone shook it up. Yes. That's what we're going with. Alright. Oh, I do have some torches in here. Thank goodness. Did I take my torches with me to the nether? Okay. Alright, I need more sticks. Not that many. Alright, more torches. Keep the sticks on me because I'll probably need more. I'll probably need more sticks. There we go. Do I have... No, that's it? Okay, we're off! For real this time. There's my food. Alright, alright, alright. Stelvac! Wait, I wonder... Hang on. I don't remember if I turned on my... Because Stelvac popped in and that made me think, did I turn on my redeems? Because I turned a couple off when I was a PNG. Okay. Yeah. They're back on. Alright. Hello, Stelvac. TTS is turned off again because it was annoying me. It was hurting me when it would go twice. So I need to figure out a different thing for it. Alright. We got these. We just gotta get to negative 13? Wait, is that what it said? What? 16. 16. Negative 16. Where are we at? Okay, we got a long ways to go. Oh, I didn't know you could do copper with a normal pickaxe. No, smushy me! What a bully. You guys see how Deltora treats me? How rude. Oh, water. We're taking the quick way down. Okay, I think this is just a dead end, so we'll just keep heading down. Sweet! We got a little bit of a head start heading down. Yeah, we were at 43, now we're at 9. Look at that. Oh my god, is golden deep slate level? Please, no. No. Oh, we have to deal with this. Give me a minute. Put one there. One there. Goodness gracious. Okay. What level are we at? 3. Oh, wait. That's gonna do more of the thing. I love that we have little hacks for gravity blocks. Oh! We found some iron! Don't mind if I do. That was interesting, because that one was like a mix of the deep slate. I'm just gonna put a torch there. Okay, we're finally in the negatives, but it's still gonna take us a hot minute. Because we are now in Deep Slate territory. We just need 4 pieces of gold. That is all that we need. And then we'll be set. -4. Got it. Put down a torch. And then we can go back to the nether. Oh, sweet. We hit tough, so that's nice because it breaks a little bit easier. So that actually was quite nice for us. Why does it say my closed captions are off? I want them to be on. Tools. Settings. Oh, it's not bringing up the settings window for it. That's not good. I'll have to fix that later. Oh, more iron. Don't mind if I do. It's not what we're looking for, but we do need iron. So it does help that we're finding it. Okay, 12. We're getting there. Twelve. 15. So just one more. And now we get to go forwards. In the Deep Slate. That is so much fun, you guys. Are you entertained? I hope you are entertained. I'm entertained with mining endlessly. You know what? It's gonna be worth it because we'll get to the nether. Maybe we'll even get our stuff back. Who knows? That would be neat. We'll find a warped forest. We'll get to the roof of the nether, and then we'll actually get to start making our base. And that'll be nice. Hello, creative. Wow. Wish I could stay, but you need to wake up at 5 a.m. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, hopefully your sleep is restful, and I hope it goes well. And you have good dreams. It sucks that you have to get up so early. You got this. Believe in you. Alright, let's try to do a couple of the dig the 4x little 4 holes and then oops. Alright, no gold in that one, and then you go over by 2 and then you dig again. And then there's nothing, so you move over by 1. No way! I almost missed diamonds! Hang on. Whoa, this one's a big one! Oh my god, we just got so many diamonds. That's crazy. Oop, I think I dig a little bit too high. Nope, I did good. Wow, we got 6 whole diamonds. That's crazy. We're finding everything but gold. I know diamonds are more likely in Deep Slate. I don't know if we're at the right level for diamonds. Jeez, cave noises are kind of creepy. But yeah, that's pretty neat. And then I'll just turn around and do it on the other side. Nope. We just need a little bit of gold. Not even much. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's a 2. We got these. That was... Man, I walked right over them too. I almost completely missed them. I mean, I probably would have seen them on the way back, but still. That was crazy. Alright, and then we'll just dig this way a little bit, and then we'll turn around and dig the other way a little bit. Nope. And then we'll dig this way. Nope. Okay, and then we'll keep going along the line. And hopefully we will find something. Eventually. And I guess... Man, I would normally just do this off stream because it's kind of not the most entertaining to watch. I am aware. But we need gold for the nether, unless... Alright. Since this is boring, we're gonna try to rush our stuff. We're gonna try to rush our stuff. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna hit our head on every single block, and we're gonna try to rush for our stuff in the nether, because we have enough gold in the nether to make boots. But the problem is that we don't have the boots on us. So we're just gonna have to keep an eye out while we are rushing our stuff. And we got these. Doo-doo-doo. Ah! I'm being attacked! Ah! Ah! Thank you for the follow! Thank you! Just gonna block that off. Okay, anyway, thank you so much for the follow, Tomato. Thank you, thank you. Just casually dying. Can I go up, please? Where's my stick? Okay. We got these. Okay, everything is under control now. Promise. We're just gonna eat that before we brace the surface. Just in case. And run! Don't know what from, but we're just gonna run. We're just gonna run and try not to be completely terrible at jumping up blocks. Try not to get dead. We got these. See, we got this all under control. Double checking for creepers before I start doing stuff. And you're dead. Good. Alright, we'll throw that stuff back in. I'm definitely not taking my diamonds with me. I think I'm gonna leave my iron pickaxe here. And I don't need my torches in the nether. I'm gonna make a couple more pickaxes real quick. And then... Okay. We got this. We're gonna get our stuff back. The only stuff we actually really need from their stuff that we lost before is the gold, because we didn't have any ender pearls or anything yet, so... Yeah. We got these. Oh, big yawn. Oh. as we ascend through the clouds. We rise to conquer the other dimension filled with demons and fire. We got this. We're almost there. I really wish it had worked, so this would have not been as annoying as it is, but I don't feel like taking that portal down and rebuilding it on the ground. So instead, we get to contemplate as we go up and into the nether. Oh, there we are. All right, we gotta hurry. We gotta hurry. We gotta be fast, but not stupid. It's gonna be a challenge, but I got this. Alright, so there's an enemy over here. So my path went this way. And then... where did I go from here? Did I go up? No, I went this way. Okay. Then I probably went into the netherrack for safety. Fight me, bitch! I got this in the bag! I got armor! Okay, we went this way. Yeah, this way. And then this way. Then we jump down. Just a little bit. Eat real quick and run. Our stuff should be... okay, I see levels. I see levels. Oh, we did die right next to some lava. Oh, that's right. We also had quartz. Okay, really quickly. Oh, not that tool. The other tool. The tool that will actually give me the block, please. And then I'm just gonna dig into the wall really quick. And put up a door. Alright, so. We got a lot of stuff right now. We got a backup axe. Hang on. Gotta organize. Don't really need that, but whatever. Okay, we got extra pickaxes for days. We got 2 crafting tables. Ta-da! I do want to grab some extra gold, I feel like, in case, because these boots will break easy. But now, we're a lot safer. And now we can safely... oh, fuck! He doesn't like it when I mine it. I was like, I'm wearing the gold. Alright, I guess I have to murder you. Whoa, I got a crit! That's pretty neat. I forget they don't like it when you mine the gold. Let me just... make some extra gold. Oh, perfect. Alright, so now we're all set. Let's try to find a warped biome. So this is the second nether fortress that we found. Oh. Just gonna run away from that. I'm just gonna run away from that real quick. Okay, so my thing is telling me that we have an ad break. So I'm gonna do a quick BRB real quick to get some water, have a little snack, and then we'll be right back. Because if the ads are playing, that's the best time to have the BRB. So we will be right back. I'll still be able to see chat, so. I hope you guys got some water and some snacks and whatever else you needed to do. Because, you know how it is. It's hard to get up when you're watching a stream. You don't want to miss anything. Especially when it's me, because I'm a dumbass and you never know what's going to happen. Alright. Eat the bread. Breb. Alright, so there is a fortress, like, right there. Boop. Oh, I've been booped. Hello, thank you for the boops. Hello, Toki. Hope you're having a good day. Missed me. Missed me. I do want to get to the fortress and explore it just a smidge. If I can get in it. I don't have a bow. I just need him to get close enough so I can hit him. Is there... I think there might be a spawner. So that might be an issue. There might be, you're butt drunk. That's pretty drunk. Okay, okay, they don't see me, so that's good. All right. You got these. What if I just... Might not be the smartest thing. Because there could be wither skeletons. Just gonna do that. I do want... Sorry, I'm being very scared. Put that on both sides so I can get out easy. I am very terrified in the nether, as one should be. Oop! Hair's tickling me again. How dare. My hair's too long now. But I don't want to cut it. I want to have even longer hair. But it's kind of... The hairstyle I had been using to keep it just off my neck while I stream is no longer sufficient. It now has issues and I need to find a new hairstyle to have it in while I stream. So it's just gotten to that length. An awkward length. But it's not awkward. It's so pretty when I'm not having it in this specific style. A chest. More gold. Oh, a saddle. Okay, we might actually want that. All right, we got these. My baby hairs are driving me absolutely insane because they're not getting in my headband because I wear a headband to help keep my hair off my neck even more. But it's not... Okay, 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 okay. Okay, we come into a... Okay, for a second, I thought that cobblestone was a mob. And I was scared. I'll block off this way. Okay, that's just a normal piglin. I don't know if I want to go up. So there's a lot of paths that I can take. This is a dead end, so that's not safe for me. But sometimes they can have really good loot. And sometimes they just don't. We're fine. Everything's fine. Oh! Iron. That's not bad at all. Oh, a diamond. Let me just... I realized that me just opening the chest is probably pretty dangerous. Do saddles stack? They don't. Okay. I don't really need a gold sword. This is like a maze. It would be really fun to, like, transform one. Fortress. I don't know which way I came from. Which direction? Let me just get in a hole. And think. And by think, I mean bring up my coordinates. Because if I go away from my nether border coordinates, so I'm at... Okay, so I need to go... Negative... Negative. Okay. So... This way. To get to a new place. We got this. We're gonna find a warp forest and it's gonna be awesome. That's where I was before! Whatever. Going this way. What? Are you kidding me? Okay. I am not gonna collect fences. That is just not a thing I will be doing. Where am I? I must be like on right the edge of it. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. We'll just keep going this way. Everything is fine. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you have no plan. No! Everything is awesome when you're in the nether and you're scared for your life. Jesus. I had to fall right when my tool broke. Seriously? That scared me so bad. Ooh, there goes my heart rate. Oh, okay. We got this. Everything is fine. She says, scared for her life. Here we are. Look at that. Making progress. Thank you for the happy hats. I needed them. It's scary here. Nether wastes. Okay, well that doesn't help me. Nether waste biome is not the biome we want to be in. My god, we get this stuff so easily. Man, stone pickaxes break pretty. I should not be using my stone. I should be using the nether rack as my emergency block. That way I have more stone to make tools. That's what I'll do. Okay. I don't know which way of travel is better, above or below, because if we can see stuff, we might be able to spot one, but if we are in view of enemies, spot one by a warped forest, I mean. We're good. Everything's good. Everything's under control. Everything is fine. Why would it not be? Okay. Let's get over that direction. I hear it, but I don't know where it is. Ah! I almost did it again! I almost pressed my fucking sprint button. Okay, I did press the sprint button, but... Jeez. I just need to find warped forest. Where is it? If I knew where it was, I'd be less scared. I'm okay. Everything is okay. You're okay. Whoa! Can I get there without dying? That's cool. I forgot that these things can spawn in the nether now. There it is. There it is. There it is. I can hit it back. No, I can't. No, I can't. I can't hit it back. Eh. I got this. No, I don't. Okay, we're going into a hole. This is what I call a healing hole. It's when you heal yourself inside of a hole in the nether. We're just gonna wait here for a minute. I totally wasn't trying to get the achievement or anything like that. Nope, totally not risking it all. Yep. My goodness, we've died so many times already. And also, my model is looking down? Why are you looking downwards? There we go. Alright. We are almost back at full health, so I can try it again. I need to get a bow when I'm in the nether. I never use a bow. I never use a bow to fight. It's not one of my go-to weapons. Where did it go? Did it despawn after terrorizing me? Fine. That's fine. Golden carrots! Oh my god. And a golden apple? Okay, Curse of Vanishing. Armor. I don't really know if I need obsidian. I'll take it anyway. I really need to consolidate my inventory a little bit, actually. Don't really need those nether bricks. I would like to keep the blackstone. I guess I really don't need the obsidian. That's better. Carefully. Slowly and carefully. While we look around our surroundings. We got these. Soul sand. That's not what we want. Wrong type of blue. I saw the blue for a second, but then it was moving. So, there are bone blocks over here, though, which would be useful. Would be very useful. Oh, another one of those fuckers. Skeleton? Skeletons spawn? Okay, of course they do. Another ranged enemy. Put that there. Just want the bones for bone meal. Ah! Wah! Might as well kill this one as well. Wah! Look at that! I got a bow! Neat! I don't really need the saddle. Whoa! Ah! Dumbass skeleton! What a dumb skeleton. I got bodyguards. Anyway. I guess I should probably get off of the soul sand. But there's bone blocks to be had. Look at this. Okay, now if we die, it's gonna be bad because I don't know how to get back to where I am. Red fungi. Basalt is that way. Don't want to go that way. Ugh, soul soil makes me go so slow. There's more bones, and this one actually looks easy. Ah! So you've got the high ground, I see. Anyway. We got this. We got these. We got these. Okay, we're back into nether wastes. I guess we go this way. I suppose, is it a notch apple? No, it's just a normal golden apple. I want to, because if it was a notch apple, that would give us fire resistance if we fell into the lava. Actually, that might not be such a bad. Oh my god, they trade gold for ender pearls. Huh. Ah, you're on fire. Dumbass. Where are the piggies? Okay, I need you to walk away from the skeletons from me. Oh, little piggy! Not you. I need the adult. Do you not see the gold? Just gonna... Still... Okay, obsidian is... You're trapped. Don't mind me making a hut around us for safety. This is as much to protect you as it is to protect me. Mostly to protect me, but, you know, whatever. Very good. For those of you wondering why I'm not just using the Q button, I have unbound that button. Oh, I guess I don't need him in a hole if I'm gonna be in here with him. Just in case, so I don't accidentally throw something, which I've definitely pressed the Q button a bunch of times while playing, and definitely want to throw my stuff around. Leather? Oh! What is... Hang on. Water? I don't need water. You want more? Okay. I can't believe I forgot this was a thing. Okay, I think that's like a fire resist potion, which might be very good. I don't need the actual bones. I would like... Yes, a fire resist potion. More gold for you. If you can pick up the gold. Ender pearls, please. That's not an ender pearl. What did you just throw? Oh, that is so useless. Try again. Those bones are just wigging out. Okay. The spectral arrows might be useful. What did you spit out? I don't need water. I don't need these bricks. I guess I'll take the arrows. I really don't need the bones. Actually. Ah. Get out of my way. Alright. You didn't give us what we wanted. Ah! Enderman! I got these. Let me just get to the hole in the wall. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Why, hello there. Yes, I got one! Lovely. Love it. Love to see it. Does that mean we're close? We got a lot of stuff in our inventory, and it's making me feel a little sick. It must mean we're close, right? Do they just sometimes spawn in soul sand biomes? Eh. You have an enchanted bone. I want it. He didn't drop his bow. That's disappointing. I don't know how many ender pearls we're actually gonna need. It might be a wise idea to start trying to head back. It's still there. It's still there. Let me just make myself a little hut while I think. Safety hut of thinking. The thinking box, if you will. Okay. How long does this... 3 minutes. Okay, that's not a bad potion. We need to get to 487, negative 308. So we need to go to positive for both. So that away. Okay. Hello, friend. I didn't imprison one of your comrades for trading. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What if I just pillar all the way up? It's not me! That's what I was afraid of. Ah, the gas. It's just... How do I need to get up. There's 2 of them! Evasive maneuvers! Soul Sand, no! Alright. Now I get to go up. I'm kind of scared mining straight up in the nether. I don't know if this is a thing you're not supposed to do. It's probably something I'm not supposed to do. Okay, we got to sand again. So I'll move over a little bit and then dig up again. Never mind. This might mean... Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's what I was expecting, was a hole. Now I'm higher up. I have the high ground. I guess. Not really. Why are nether noises so fucking terrifying? Okay, I guess this helps a little bit. I want to kill this slime because I feel like it might be an issue. Wait, doesn't it just become smaller slimes? That's not gonna help me. Let's get to the roof. Okay. Safety! If I can get the... If I can get to the bedrock area, then I can just tunnel my way back and be safe. That is my current plan of action. Perfect! Now I just need to go positive, positive. That away. I'll go this way first, and then I'll go the other way that I need to go. So we're doing Z first, so that needs to be at -308. Are you guys proud of me? I did the thing. We just got a lot of goodies right now. I mean, we didn't actually complete our goal. Yeah. Oh well. But you know what? We're alive, and we got a lot of goodies. We got a lot of stuff, so... And we even gained a fire resist potion, so we're even better. I could try getting onto the roof of the nether with just the 2 pearls that we have. I could do that. I'm just gonna double check and make sure we are at the right maximum height coordinates that we need to be at before I do so. That way we don't accidentally waste them. Okay, so -308. We're gonna be here for a little bit. We're gonna be here for a little bit. I guess I could talk about... What do I want to talk about? Words. And... Okay, I guess I'll talk about my plans for streaming. I haven't had much luck with finding a new job yet, unfortunately. So I guess I'm just going to be going to stream more regularly, and I'm hoping, and I don't think I'll be able to make enough money to pay my bills or anything like that. I'm not delusional, but I'm hoping to make some money so I can work on getting some more art from Blue and Gihan. That is what I want to do. I'm hoping to get a job before the end of this month. But I want to get some more art from Blue and Gihan because, hang on, I gotta move my microphone closer. Because while I do have the 2D model in the making, I want to get, I don't just want to debut the 2D model. I want to, oh, I need more. I want to, I want to make it a big event thing. So, like, I don't want to just be satisfied with 2D model. I want to do new overlays as well. Because while my overlays are fine, they're dandy and all that stuff. I guess I could show you guys real quick. So you see, there is a cherry blossom tree in the background. However, I want it to be my tree. I want it to be the weeping cherry blossom in the forest, and yeah, I want it to be that. So this is not the right one. So I want the custom overlays, and I want a custom starting soon screen. You know how like Blue has hers. I want it, to be custom, and the custom ending. I want it to be nice and pretty and all that stuff. But then I'm also want custom panels. I don't know if you guys have seen Blue's panels. They're adorable. Oh my god, they're so cute. But yes, I also would like some custom panels. I want to redo a bunch of stuff. So the overlays, the panels. Eventually I would like to do emotes from her as well. But that's not in my list of things that I need for my it's not a re-debut, but my 2.0 debut. I want it to be like a big ol' thing. Because I'm just using stuff that anyone could buy on Etsy right now. And I want it to be custom and all my own. I want to be special. That's what I want. I want to be a special little guy. So that's my plan. I'm going to be slowly working on making everything else I have nicer as well. So, like, I don't know if any of y'all noticed, but my Twitter post, I think it looked nicer than it did before. Now, granted, I did use the new Minecraft world as an excuse to do a new we're playing Minecraft picture. But I want to redo all of like my YouTube thumbnails from this point forward and whatnot to just make them look a little bit nicer. But I also there's a little bit of art I want to get from Blue. Transparent art that I can use it to help make those thumbnails. 'Cause you know how it is. You need all the art, but I need money for that. So I need to make sure I'm streaming more, and I want the streaming to be better too. So that is my current goal, is trying to make everything just overall better. And you guys might not necessarily see it all right away because a lot of it happens behind the scenes. It's behind the scene work. But I am working towards all of that slowly. Okay, we're almost there. Maybe I should just make 2 instead. That way I don't have to keep on making them so quickly. My shield is almost completely busted, so that's not good. I think I'm going to switch to the not so dead shield. And just toss that one in, I guess, because we don't really need a dead shield, do we? There we go. I feel like we're doing decent with getting back. There we go. Because, like, I like my overlays and stuff, and, like, they look nice and all that. But imagine if they were all custom for me and we had, like, a deer logo. Because, well, actually, I would go for a tree logo since I'm a tree spirit, but maybe there would be a deer in it. I want to buy a logo from Blue, too. Because you see how she has her, like, lion logo. It's very cool. Okay, almost there. So there's a couple of things I want to get. I guess I should make a goal. I should make a dono goal. A dono goal? Yes. I should make a goal and focus on one thing at a time. They're not done. I do think I'm going to change my direction a little bit. So this one is also positive. I need to go X positive. Yep, okay. So we're going to go this way a little bit because I don't want to deal with basalt. I mean, we're going to have to. I'm pretty sure we just hit the biome for it, but whatever. And I would do just each one at a time. But the thing is that I need you guys to know that if we do goals, is that we're not going to see the results for it right away. So like even because like I want to show them all off at the same time, if that makes sense. I hope it does. So like I'll have the 2D model, but I'm not going to show it off right away. I'm not going to debut the 2D model right after I get it, much to the dismay of some of you. If you are dying to see it, I am using a beta version of the 2D model on Gihan's stream. If we can, let's see, hang on one second. We are getting, there's a, because when we play D&D, our VTuber D&D of our Daggerheart campaign, I'm using a beta version of the 2D model here. I want to do a non-clip shout out for Gihan because I don't want to do a clip right now. So the slash. So you guys should make sure you check him out because that is what I'm doing over there. Is a because we're all kind of matching with our 2D models, and it's just a beta version, so she can just like smile and whatnot, but she does have like a tail. So that's very cool. Very cool. You'll see me just bouncing around while we're playing the D&D, and sometimes I'm playing looking at the tail. You see me moving back and forth like that on my beta model. That's me trying to look at the tail most of the time because I'm a silly little guy. Here we go. So he streams that on his channel. I do want some of this. If I'm going to be over here anyway, I might as well pick it up. Like, I might as well pick some of it up. Since I'm over here, you know? It's like a better light. There we go. Sylvia Iso! I don't like how it sounds like glass. It makes me a little bit scared. I'm like, oh no, I don't have silk touch, but it's fine. We got these. We got this. We're just slowly making our way back to safety. Oh, my pinky's cramping up. Hang on, let me get into the wall of safety so I can stop crouching. Thank goodness. Block up that path behind us, just in case. Whew. Alright, let's see how far we are. Wait, what? When was I going negative? I need to go positive for both. I need to go to positive X, actually. This way. Oh, wait, no, I was going the right way. I am going the right way. Oh, I was turned around. It's fine. Everything's fine. The house is being built. Ooh. For those of you, actually, none of you would know. I play Minecraft with Iso because Iso is amazing. Our Daggerheart streams can get a little bit chaotic. I know how we started last stream was I was in a hallway all by myself because I got separated from the entire group like a dumbass, and there was 4 assassins that I had to deal with. I did in fact die. However, I didn't die. I instead made a pact with a mysterious disembodied voice, which may or may not have resulted in my character now being possessed that we now have to deal with. You gotta go eat. Alright, get some good foods. You have a great day. Bye. Bye, Iso. But the Daggerheart streams, I totally recommend watching the VODs and getting caught up on the story. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Though I am playing it, so I might be a little bit biased. But, you know, it is what it is. I played a video game with my friends. All of our characters in the campaign. Wait. That was Stelvac that said that. Stelvac is in the fucking campaign. You were just sitting there waiting for me to realize. You were just sitting there laughing at me. Well, I'm just here. I'm just standing here like a dumbass. It's me, Blue. Gihan's the DM. It's me, Blue, Gihan, Stelvac, and Nep. I think that... And Jack. Jack is also there. That is who is in it. This is gonna take us a while. Because I am going positive X. Yeah, it's gonna take us a bit. You responding to someone else? No, I'm just a dumbass. I am just generally a dumbass. I'm just generally a little bit stupid. Wait, I didn't pick that right back up, did I? I did. You can only check chat like once every few minutes. Ah, so if I hadn't said anything, you would have noticed. No, I needed to acknowledge me being a dumbass. My stupidity knows no bounds sometimes. Need to pop my fingers. Ooh, big stretch. Ugh, that's better. And a big yawn, too. We're slowly making our way back to safety. We got this! I'm just waiting for lava to fall on me and I die and lose everything. I do have a fire resist potion. I need to remember that. I don't usually have potions. I don't like ever use potions, so I'll have to make a bartering gold farm. So I'll make a gold farm and then I'll make a bartering thing right under it. I think that's the way to go. Yeah, but I'll have to make a magma farm first so I can get the magma blocks for the gold farm. Yep. All in a day's work of the mining and the crafting. I gotta make a farm to make a farm. To make a farm. Because I need to make the gold farm in order to make the bartering farm. But in order to make the gold farm, I need to make a magma cube farm. Love it. Oh, big yawn. Goodness gracious me. I should not be tired. I slept enough and I felt pretty rested when I got up. I emptied and reloaded the dishwasher. Should be done by now. I started a load of laundry, swapped it over, started a second load of laundry because I do my darks and my lights separately because my jeans will bleed. I don't know which pair of jeans it is that keeps bleeding its color onto other clothing, so I have to do that separately. I guess I could try to test it of which pair it is so I can just get rid of it because I know it's just one pair because it's very subtle. It's very subtle of what it's doing. And I just need to figure out which one it is so I can just get rid of that pair and I will no longer... Uh-oh. Okay, I do have iron that I could use for a tool if I need. How close am I? Okay, I'm getting pretty close. Okay, I gotten low on stone and I'm starting to sweat a little bit because I do not want to get trapped in the nether. It's gonna be fine. Everything is... Why am I not throwing away this bow that's broken? Like, seriously. Why am I keeping a broken bow? I can make a completely nice and new one. It's probably gonna give me like a couple of shots out of it. The arrows are really all that I kind of need. Spectral arrows, I think they just light up the enemy after you've hit them. I'm sure we're getting close. Yeah, we're getting close. We just need to go about 80 more blocks this way. Almost there. And we're getting some pretty cool blocks out of it. Like, basalt isn't like one of my favorites, but in between the basalt we get some blackstone, which is actually really nice, so. Blackstone is really pretty. It's one of my favorites, but it's so annoying to get. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't really love netherrack. It's super easy to get, though, so it's not really a pain or anything like that. Gonna be our B. Vacuum! Alright. Have good vacuums. It's definitely one of those days to clean the house and whatnot. I took the trash out the other day, so that's good. We're almost back, I think. Okay, yeah, just about 40 more blocks this way. Thank goodness. You see, I'm being smart going above ground. Might have found a warp forest on our way back if I had gone it on surface level. However, there was an even higher chance of death if I had done that. So, that is why I did not. Is there anything in here that I can just get rid of? Well, I can consolidate that a little bit. Because I'm not going to get rid of the golden apple because we're going to need that eventually for villagers. So since we have 2 mushroom islands, we can make one for our base and one for farms. Now we will need to go somewhere else to make a mob farm because mobs don't spawn on mushroom islands. But it's fine. And then we also got an ocean monument right there, so that's pretty neat. What do my notes say about my mushroom islands? Because I have all the coordinates written down. So we actually have 2 ocean monuments, but we're really just going to use one. Okay. Which is the one by our base. That one's going to take a while. Because we're going to have to drain it. Which will be a little bit annoying, but, you know, we'll have to deal. We found a desert, I'm pretty sure, that we could get a bunch of sand from to help. I'll have to look up a tutorial on how to build it, but it'll be fine. I don't think you guys would want me to drain that on stream. At the very least, I would make the outline off a stream. Because it's just going to be it's going to be pretty annoying to do. But I don't feel like draining the ocean monument is going to be something you guys are going to want to watch. That's the family party? Oh, geez. Yeah, that would make it so you needed to clean that. Oh, I went too far. I need to be at 87. Okay. And then negative 308. So we need to go positive the other direction. Alright. We're almost to where we need to be. I might want to start descending. I'll just do a spiral descend once I get there. Am I not picking the... But I want these blocks. I want the basalt blocks. I would very much so enjoy not having to mine it again if I so... Did I already get it? Jesus. There we go. I do want the basalt blocks. So negative 308. Alright. Gotta make another pickaxe. We got this. And I am gonna throw away the single piece of cobble because there's literally nothing we can do with that. So, there's no point in us having a single piece of cobble. Thank goodness we're almost back. I did not mean to take a screenshot. I was just trying to look at my coordinates. But whatever. It's whatevs. Blackstone is nice, though it does take longer to break than the other two. I think? I don't know. Well, at least now there a lot of stuff takes longer to break than netherrack, honestly, though. Okay, we're almost... Did I just accidentally... Okay, we're almost where we need to be, so I should probably start heading down. Because we're a little bit high for where we need to be. I'm not going to dig straight down because I am not a menace, but this is about where we need to be. We just need to start heading downwards. I'm not a dumbass. You never dig straight down in Minecraft. Unless you're fully prepared to die. And I am not. Okay. We do have iron if we need to make another pickaxe. I prefer not to, but we are not stranded. Thankfully. What? Okay, it's right there, but, here we go. Slowly making my way down. Making my way downtown. Okay, well. Will I die? We're about to find out. We made it! Guys, we made it back. Alive. We got so... Wait, where's my water? Oh, it's on the other side. Wow! Nice. I think I should make another chest, honestly. I don't think we have anything already. I could just shove everything in here, probably. Nope. Do need another chest. Or I could just do that. We lived! We lived! The second time, but we lived! I am gonna need another chest. Waha! Alright. We got 2 ender pearls. Don't know if that's enough. I'm gonna look up a tutorial real quick. How to get on another roof to make sure that we are gonna be at the right chords. Okay, but where is a single bedrock? 1, 2, 5. Okay. We're gonna do this our first try, you guys. And then we're gonna link it up to that portal. We're not gonna... Or maybe we could make it a couple blocks away. That way we don't have to climb up a bajillion blocks all the way to the top. We could walk a little bit away from where we are. I feel like we got this. Hopefully. through the clouds. We got this. If we do it right, we only really need one. And since I'm a pro Minecrafter, obviously, we have extra. I really wish this one had just worked because that would have saved us a lot of time. Alright, back into the nether. Where's... oh. Okay. We got this. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had stuff to get off the roof of the nether. Didn't want to make that mistake again. Where the only way out was death. That was fun. That was so much fun. This is crazy because last time we didn't get to the roof to the nether until way later. Alright, this is the level that we need to be at. Whoa! First try! Fuck! I was on it, you saw it! Okay, okay, okay! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! I didn't bring extra blocks. I guess we're just going to be using our crafting table to help build it. I don't want to use all my obsidian. Okay, we're just going to go a little bit this way. Yep. Because I didn't prepare properly. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Get my crafting table back. Behold. Wah, wah, wah. 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 Where the fuck am I? Shit. Maybe I walked a little bit too far. What is the ratio of Nether to Overworld again? I might need to go back, make the portal closer. No, seriously, where the fuck? Okay, we gotta get to 3,730, negative 245. So I need to go negative Z, no. Oh, it's across the water that way. Okay. I can make a boat. We got a pillar, so we can see where it is. That does make it a little bit harder to get the stuff up and down. No. 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 Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bring up a calculator for Minecraft Overworld to Nether calculator. I'm gonna type in the coordinates that I have for my mines. So 3730 and Z will be -2450. So 466 -307. -307. 466 -307. Yeah, there's no way I was going to be doing that. Okay. And that is why you bring extra obsidian. That would have been way too big of a track. Oh, fuck, it linked up with this one. Okay, we're gonna have to break this one. And yeah, that's... let me go get my diamond pick. We're gonna have to break that one and rebuild it to where I actually put the coordinates to be. Where's my diamond? So I hope you guys are going to enjoy this because I am not. This pillar is just gonna live here forever. I am not gonna take it down. We are probably never gonna be back here after we move all of our stuff over, so it'll just live in the world for you guys to figure out when I do a world download, because I think you guys should definitely have that. Maybe I'll do it like every little milestone or something. I don't know. I feel like I look at the chords enough that you guys could follow along if you wanted. I did show you guys the seed on the first time we did this. We're gonna break this portal and build the other portal where the coordinates actually work, because I put it right at the entrance of the mines, and then it should link up to the roof, and then we should be good to head towards the Mushroom Islands. Yeah. Yeah, we got these. This is, almost there, thank goodness. No! Don't fall. Alright, here we go. This is just gonna take us a minute, because this won't be linked to the roof of the Nether, I don't think. I don't just want to leave the obsidian here. It was hard to get the obsidian, so I am gonna take the obsidian. So strap in, because this is what we're doing for a hot minute. Because finding lava lakes is not what I want to do. So I'd much rather just take this obsidian and use this for the portal instead. We got these. We're so close to our goal. Look at that. Look at that. We're doing great. I can't believe I tried to mine one of these with iron. That took way longer as well, and I didn't even get the obsidian, which was debilitating to my soul. But, you know, whatever. I can't believe we're at 9 levels. That's so many levels for me. Alright, almost there. We're also just gonna have a random portal in a birch forest. I'm really excited to get back to working on another hub again. I think I'm gonna pick easier blocks to obtain this time. Maybe I'll be using like deep slate and something because I can't remember if I was actually using nether bricks or something, but that's not easy to obtain. Deep slate's not that easy, but you know, it is what it is. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Ganvius. Hello, welcome on in. I don't think I have any mods here at the moment, so I will get you that shout out myself. Oh no, there's Deltra. There's Deltra.
Definitely not. I should probably grab.
Oh, my shadow player seems to be having some issues with playing today. But it should work eventually. It should work eventually. You hear, you listen? Thank you, Delta. Thank you for being here. What were you guys playing? It doesn't look like it told me, so it is slightly broken, my shout-out thingamabob, because it's supposed to tell me what you were playing. Were you guys also playing the Minecraft? Minecraft is pretty fun. We just got... Oop,
Hi,
there
guys.
it goes.
Oh god, we're in the flesh forest.
Ooh. Yeah, that's just gonna be lagging because I need to. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'll have to try to fix it. Playing some Minecraft. Yeah, we just finished our Nether adventure and we got onto the Nether roof. We were looking for Ender pearls. We only had 2. The first time we were half on the roof, and then we glitched back down. I was like, uh-oh. But then we were able to get onto it with our second one.
Oh
So
god,
that was
oh
nice.
god, oh god,
there
oh
it
god,
goes.
oh my god.
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Don't feel like you need to stay because after streaming, I know you guys need water, snacks, rest, whatever you need to get. For those of you who came in with the raid, I do have a little bit of what I like to call a trailer, my little raid trailer, to let you guys know if you want to stick around. Because sometimes, you know, streams aren't always 1000% energetic, but here's what you are in for if you do decide to stick in her. Going on an adventure. I'm gonna break into people's houses and steal all their shit. No! Oh my god, no! We can make them gay! It was inhibit? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, get fucked, fans! You're dead! You're so dead! Oh shit, it's the balls! Welcome on in, everyone. Our current objective in the Minecraft is, well, we tried making a portal at build height because I thought maybe that would get us to the roof of the Nether without having to use ender pearls. It did not, but we are on the roof of the Nether now, and we are now moving the portal. If they aren't gay, we should... Yeah, I actually have a sound alert for that because people really liked it, so I made it a sound alert since... Yeah, I don't know. It was just... It was... I got really excited, and people thought it was hilarious. I'm gonna just steal a piece of dirt for when I make this portal. Because it's like right around here that the portal should be. Oh, I'm gonna need more dirt. Alright. So 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what? No, I completely decimated that portal that was up there, so I should... Did it fall down and I didn't pick it up? Well, I do have extra obsidian, so it's okay. I can grab that extra piece from my chest, but okay. Whatevs. It wanted to be spiteful. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hello. Alright, shove that in there. I'm gonna need... Bring that extra obsidian with me when I go to the roof of the Nether. I don't want to use my basalt because that's hard to get. I'll bring dirt with me for my extra building blocks. I will need my flint and steel. I don't know if I should make a path. I guess I could make a path for when I'm heading towards the portal. So I can easily get back if I so wish. We'll use slabs because they're non-spawnable. When we were exploring, we found... That could have been bad. We found a mushroom island. 2 of them right next to each other that was also adjacent to a ocean monument. And so that is where we are deciding our base is going to be, because the cherry blossom biome that we found was too small. It was too small, and I don't appreciate it. It took us an entire stream to find the cherry blossoms, which is what we were looking for. But, you know, whatevers. How am I supposed to... It's fine. This is such a janky portal. Whatever. Wheel! Aha! It worked! Okay, so, the nether coordinates, because I wrote that down before stream started. Negative 275, 353. So we need to go negative x, positive z. Positive z. Positive x. Right? No. Yes, no. Yes, negative x. Positive z. So we... Oh, wrong button. Need to go this way. Just gonna place these down sometimes as like a little indicator of the direction we need to go. That way, when we are transferring all of our stuff, it'll be a little bit faster, and we can just follow the pink. Follow the pink plank road. What? That's a tongue twister. Pink plank road. Pink plank path. Follow the pink plank path. Pink plank path. Pink plank path. Wow. That is definitely a tongue twister. Pink plank path. Pink. Yep. That's... Oh, thank you for the happy hats. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. Oh, we're almost there on our X one, so we might want to turn a little bit this way. Okay, so yeah. So now we just need to be at 353 on... No. I don't want to... I need to hang on. So, like, this way... We gotta go more positive X now. Wait. Negative Z. 'Cause we gotta go positive Z. Wait, was I going the wrong way? Positive Z is this way. Don't go that way. Oh, I can't burn it? Okay. So, hang on. I got this. So, well, you're at the X court. No, we're not, because we got to be at negative 275. Wait, what? My notes right? Yes, okay. Negative 275, 353. So I gotta go negative, positive. So this is positive Z, correct. Negative X. So we do need to keep going this way. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Even when I don't know what I'm doing. We got this. Oh, except for when an eyelash is trying to get into my eyeball, and I don't really appreciate that because I would like to be able to see without pain. So if I can just... Perfect. All right. I know what I'm doing. Hopefully. We're getting there. I need more planks. There we go. You see? Everything. Oh, I might need to eat some more food. Might need to eat a little. Destroy eyeball. Yeah, it's a little bit evil. I almost always, during streams, have an eyelash issue. I don't know why. I don't know why it tries to attack me. My glasses were a little bit crooked. I had to fix it. Sometimes when I put my glasses back on after I adjust them, it doesn't quite go back on because my headphones are in the way. Alright, so we're making good progress. Negative 275. Positive 353. This is way faster than trying to do it in the overworld. I'm so glad that we can have like nether hubs and stuff. That's really great. Okay, Solus Sand Valley. I thought we were in a warped forest for a second, and I was about to lose my shit. Because we were trying to find one of those earlier. Wait, I need to go a little bit negative for Z now because I'm going too far. So, like, this way? Wait, now I'm going positive X. I need negative X. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, stand right here. Make sure that we are going to negative X, which is that way. Negative Z is that way. So we need to, like, go straight this way. Okay. Yeah, we got this now. Oh, I need more blocks. Alright. I got things under control. 275. Okay. 353. So we need to go a little bit. A little bit. Right here. Right here. Right here. Okay. And if I am smart, which I'm not, but if I am smart enough, we should be on our Mushroom Island. Okay, okay. My biome is deep ocean. That is not. Ah! And I'm in a cave. And I have mining fatigue in a cave. Lovely. Okay. Well, we got good news and bad news. Good news is that since we got mining fatigue, we know we're next to the ocean monument, which is next to our Mushroom Island. Bad news is now we have to wait 5 whole minutes. Because I need to go upwards to get out of the hole. My God. I don't have milk. You know what I can do is because did I do that right? I'm sure I did that right. I won't pause the game. I'll just be in here so the timer's running. But let me double check to Minecraft, the calculator. Because negative. I don't know why it put me in the ground. Yeah, I'm getting the same numbers I did before, so I did do it right, but I guess because there was a cave, it doesn't like me. Where's my path? Alright, anyway. I'm gonna light up my path. We're gonna start heading back, because we're gonna need to... I didn't have any normal wood, do I? No. So we're gonna need to bring all of our stuff over here anyway. So... I just need to get that portal above ground. I'm wondering if I was sitting in the ocean when I wrote down those coordinates is the issue. That might have happened. That might have been a thing that happened. And so that might be why we're underground. Yeah. But you know what? We're not just gonna sit around while we have the mining fatigue. We're gonna head back, we're gonna grab some of our stuff, and we're gonna grab chests, and we're gonna put it outside the portal so we're at least making progress of some kind. You know? Even with the mining fatigue. And maybe we can find a couple of cows while we are back over there. Because I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of cows over there. We can grab some milk. Oop, ran out of running ability. Alright. We got these. Everything's gonna be fine. Can't wait until we never need to go back to this cherry blossom area. Oh my God. Can't even really call it a biome. It's so small. I'm almost out of torches. I don't really know if I need to light up this path. I guess it's just more so for me. Yep, out of torches. Wow. I feel like this needs an extra slab. I feel like there's this gap is too big without having a slab or two. That's better. All right. Making progress. Progress, people. It's still a long trek. It felt shorter when we were actively putting slabs down. Wow. Maybe oh no, I want to dig up with you guys on camera, but I might want to move everything off camera. So after we get the nether portal into a proper position on the Mushroom Island, I will move the stuff. Or at least next to it, like Jesus. Above ground. Then I can move all the stuff off camera, because that's going to be boring. Could you imagine how long this would have taken if we tried to go back via the overworld? Jeez. Here we go. Okay, it's almost nighttime, so we are going to sleep real quick. Not me for a split second thinking, oh, I could just put my bed in the... No, you can't put your bed in the nether, Sylvia. Don't be a dumbass. It will explode. And then you'll be back at spawn and truly fucked. Oh, is it becoming day? Oh, I guess we skipped the night. Did I turn all of my... Okay. Oh, thank God. Alright, I'm not sure what we should bring. I wonder if we can find a cow. Pretty sure I saw one. Hello, friend. Thank you. Is 2 buckets gonna be enough, you think? I don't think well, I have 2 lava buckets. Alright, I guess we should prioritize what we are gonna bring over. So we'll take our saplings. That's very important. I don't really need that at the moment. Put the milk in the hot bar. Anything that we need for farm should come over first. Oh, seeds. Melons. Oh, cherry sapling. I'm not gonna bring all of my cherry saplings first, because that's gonna be a bit excessive. Extra obsidian. Oh, I might want to take that. Just in case. When did I... Whatever. Might want to take some of those. Take that. I'm probably going to want the boat. Might I have any extra torches? Put that. Oh, more obsidian. That's good. That'll help us. That way I don't have to fix as much. Because I'm going to break the nether portal in the overworld that we came out of so we can reset the link to the other one. I'll take that. What else is a priority? Because we might as well, I guess that's a priority. Take that. That could be more food. Leads. Actually, we might want the leads to be here because we might want to take some of the cows that we have. Do I want to bring a cow with me so I can keep getting milk? I need a single fence. Is that not how I make a fence? Oh, okay. Little cow, you want to go on an adventure with me? Yes, you do. Come with me, friend. Actually, this might even go faster if I just have a little bit of wheat. Too late. He's mine. He is already trapped. I don't really care about taking them both. I guess I didn't need the lead. I could have just used my wheat. Oop, I fell. Yeah, I guess I didn't need to use the lead. But I do need the lead. I can get those easy. Alright, come, little cows, come. Are you ready for your adventure? They were not. They weren't ready. They were not mentally ready for their adventure. They didn't even know. They didn't even know what was about to happen to them. Do not go back through the portal. Thank you. Because if we're going to be dealing with mining fatigue, we're going to want some cows. Or at least one cow. Follow the pink plank path. Hello, little cows. We got this. It's gonna take us a little longer than it would have otherwise, but I think it'll be worth it. I think if I didn't bring the cows, it would have been a little bit... Okay, I am gonna put the lead back on because we only really need one of these assholes. And if they're gonna just sometimes stop. That guy doesn't even want to come with me anymore. You'll just be trapped on the roof forever. Bye! Abandoned cow. Yep. I'm doing my best here. We might go back for him. Might. What should we name the cow that we abandoned? So we can reference him later. I wasn't planning on taking two. I was only planning on taking the one. He just came along for the ride. Oh, we gotta go this way. I want to make sure that the lead doesn't break. If I'm just walking normally, it won't break, right? Well, I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid. Besides, this way we get some content. Look at the cow. Look at him being a silly guy. Ooh, we changed biomes. Nice. So I don't want them just wandering while I'm binding upwards. I'm gonna attach them to a fence post. Also, I think it's slightly faster this way to just keep on walking with the lead. And I think I have his attention with the wheat. Right? I got your attention? Yeah? You're just a silly little guy? Trying to turn and run to be free. Are you trying to tell the cow how to be free? How dare you, Deltara? How dare you? The cow is trapped forever now. But I feel like I'm being pretty big brain. We're gonna need to make a staircase for us to get up and down, I think. Well, if we... Well, to get the cow up and down. Hello, Luminous! Or do you go by Lila? Layla? Lila. Hello. Is it lie or lay? I'm not, because I have a hard time with words. Lila. Okay, got it. That was my first guess. That was my first guess. We are currently taking a cow through the nether because our Mushroom Island is right next to a ocean monument, but our portal went in a cave. So my go-to was Lila because there's a character in a TV show that I used to watch a lot that pronounced it as Lila, and so that's usually my go-to rather than Layla. I don't know which name is actually the more common one, but that's the reasoning for what show? Miraculous Ladybug. The thing is, I don't particularly like that character. So their nickname in the Miraculous community is Lila the Liar because she chronically lies. But I like the name itself, but I don't like the character. But you're not supposed to like the character. They're a bad guy. But Miraculous Ladybug is a fun show, I think. But the name itself, I think, is pretty good. All right, little cow. You picked it yourself? Lovely. Lovely. It's a good pick. Where's the cow? Alright, I guess we just start going up. Oh, you stay there. I'm gonna hop back on the other side real quick to drop off everything that we have in our inventory. Yes, that is correct. I have stone tools, but I am on the nether roof. How we have done this is I went adventuring, and I originally was going to have my base in a cherry blossom biome, but the cherry blossom biome that we found sucked. So we decided that we were just going to make it at the mushroom islands that we found instead. So we did the coordinates for the mushroom islands, which is here. Unfortunately, we got put in a cave. So even more unfortunately, we needed to bring a cow with us because there is an ocean monument right next to our stuff. Ah! Okay, well that's something. Whew. There goes my heart. Jesus. And that is why we have the cow with us. That is why we have the cow with us. Because, yep. That is never gonna not jump scare me. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know how close we are to the ocean monument. Username is a reference to a series of books? Sylvia? I am not going to be using my diamond pickaxe for this. Oh, Deltara. Deltara's the cooler one, I see. I see how it is. Deltara's the cool kid. Deltara, did you take your name from a series of books? We are gonna eventually get to the top. You're just that cool. Oh, okay. So it was like, you unlocked a core memory by reading it. Sylvia is a name I picked out myself. It's actually kind of funny because I've started using it IRL as well. I just like the name a lot. Okay. We're gonna have to make it so we're not gonna bump our head if we're gonna have to go to the cow every once in a while. Oh, I forgot to drink it. Because I will not be bumping my head every 5 feet. There we go. A couple weeks ago, you're still getting used to it. Nice. I've had the name Sylvia for a while. Ooh! For a while, because I was using it as a username online. So I'm pretty used to it, I think. It's like, yeah, it's so nice when you get your online friends to use the name. It's kind of trippy because how close are we to this thing? Are you? I just want to get up. And then we can just make a new nether portal. Okay, let's start fixing the downward path. Jesus, I need more milk already. At least it's not scaring me as much anymore. I might want to grab my slabs and make this easier to run up. That's back at the base, though, and pretty far away. And I'm too lazy for that. Okay, so we are in water. That is an issue. Yep. Can you... Oh. Slight issue. We were straight up in... We were straight up in their thing. So that was... No wonder. Can I stop bouncing, please? I just want to get down... Okay, I'm just gonna... Just gonna let myself flow down. New plan. We're gonna spiral up from here. Right. I need to relight up this place so I don't get murdered. I need my cow alive too. So. You know what? Just gotta lock that up. Fuck! Well, the thing is that the Mushroom Islands are right next... They're right next to... Why are you spinning? Are right next to an ocean monument, which makes it great to be a base and to farm and all that stuff. So here... Oh. Okay. Well, that's not helpful. Is there a way out of here? Let's light this up, I guess. Alright, I guess I'm gonna... section off this area of water to try to make my staircase. Oh wait, I needed it a little wider because I need to go in a spiral. And I'll just mine this away so it's no longer a water source. Discount sponge. Oh, wait. Let's not block off the cow and thus trap me forever. Yeah, that seems like a not good idea. Oh, more water. Okay. I could have had a really bad situation happen. I can't wait until we kill that thing. Alright, so we'll go up there. And the spiraling staircase. And add a torch. Alright, up we go. Oh wait, I need that block to step on. I don't know which block is the spiral block. Oh, it's this one. So that is not a step. Okay. Love that. Love that for me. You know, I almost didn't bring the cow because I was like, surely it'll be fine. I am so glad I brought the cow. Christian Minecraft server, nope. I am so very glad that I brought the cow. Okay, well. Am I being attacked? Ah! Let me just get to the island so I can get the coordinates. Alright, now I can get some proper coordinates. The problem was that the coordinates that we had put us in the frickin' ocean. Because I took them when I was in a boat. Oh, we probably want that one to be our main island, don't we? I'll get the coordinates from that island. Alright, that's what we'll do. We'll get the coordinates from this island over here. We got these. Yeah. And our portal will be above water this time. I might just dig straight down to the cow. Now, it's gonna take a lot of work, and it's gonna take a lot of love, but I believe we can do it. I'm gonna put the portal right here. So, let me just write this down. -2003 2894. All right. Thank you so much for the follow, Lila. Thank you, thank you. It's above a swamp and we were near a mesa. Ooh, I plan on having a nether hub to get me to all the other stuff. Because we did find everything. But mobs don't spawn on Mushroom Islands. So that is the thing that we want. So I need to make the portal at -251,361. Got it. We gotta go back to our other portal now where the cow is. And we should be pretty good. I think there's a way we can swim and be getting bubbles at the same time if you could. Yeah, the sweet spot. The sweet spot, swimming just above the water. Look at that. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Milk. Take an extra bucket of milk for the way down. Right. Our coordinates that we were trying to get to. -21992827. So we just need to go down. But I don't remember where the thing was. 28. Wait. There was 2199. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Bram, 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 bram. Bram, 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 bram. Woo! Thank you so much for the sub, Lila. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. And now you get a bunch of cool Eevee emotes, because we love Eevee here. Or at least I do. Let's see, I gotta go to 2827. It's this way. Is this the cave? No, that's not the cave. Evie, yeah, we love her. We love her. Okay, almost at the cow area. I'm just gonna dig down. I'm just gonna dig down. Alright, 2827. And... yeah, you see the monument's right friggin' there. Oh, that's stone! Doesn't help if I get mining fatigue while I'm trying to mine. Here's my mining hole. Oi! Let's not drown. Got this. Wait a minute. If I lock myself in a hole, I don't know if I would be able to mine again. Like, ever again. Where's that other mushroom? It might be safer to try to make a staircase. I think that's what I'm gonna have to try to make a staircase. With air. Because otherwise I will never be able to come back up. A sip sip. Thank you for the sip sip. Ah, delicious. Water is so good for you. Add a little torch. I'm glad I realized that before, because I was planning on just putting a block above my head to give me air. But that would have been bad. I got mining fatigue again. Alright, so now I can probably dig down in that way. So 2199. It's okay, I got extra stuff. Always. Always have extra stuff on you. There we go. I should not have put that blocking my path, I just realized. Oh, well, I do have 1 milk left. So I would have been fine, but whatever. Alright. 2199, and then the other number is 2827. Wait, so negative Z. Two 827. Okay. Our cow should be below us. Little cow. We know we've gone too far if we hit deep slate. Did it take this long to get back up? Well, we did hit water. Okay, we've gone too far. So our cow is this way. I hope. Did that give anyone anxiety? Is that why we're saying, oh my god? Because I was digging straight down? So I opened my door and this old guy was standing there and he looked at me funny. Old guys suck. We don't like old people. You're still wearing your headphones? I got Bluetooth headphones, so that would totally be me. Little oxel. Oh, that's so cute. Might need to go this way a little bit. Sounds like you are living your best life. Why was the cow not right there? I didn't think to take the coordinates of the cow before we left. Didn't think we would need them. Might be more this way. It might be worth it to try to find the cave where we swam out of, actually. I'm backtracking. Sorry, I know I'm going back and forth. You probably look like a... No, you just look like a normal person of our generation. I do... Well, okay. I do like Pokemon, but I've never played a Pokemon game. I've just never had access to it. But I like the show and I like watching. I like watching people play Pokemon. I should probably find that. Oh wait, no, the mobs can't spawn on Mushroom Island. I'm safe. Let me just get extra milk before I dive into the water. I know a couple of different Pokemons. Do I like roguelike games? I think I would enjoy Pokemon games. I do think I would enjoy it. I just haven't had a chance to because I don't have like the right devices for it. Okay, we're just gonna have to try to be careful and get lucky. Because I only got one milk. Dolphin! Where's our thing, though? I need to know where the ravine was. It was just a tiny little hole. Need more air. Was it, like, right over here? That might be the hole. Why am I taking damage? I'm not drowning. Alright, where'd the hole go? Okay, might be that hole. Leave me alone! I'm just looking for my cow. Can't they respect that? I'm looking for my cow in the ocean. Leave me alone! I don't even want your stupid monument right now. If I get too far from the monument, though, I won't be able to find my cow. I don't think that was it. It was more of a thin hole. Maybe there? Ah, don't drown! Even the guardian likes to bully the deer. How dare you? Oh, that's right. Where's the hole? Well, there is a hole. I'm gonna try that one. don't know if I want to wait. I'm gonna wait on using the milk, I think. Go! Swim! Oh, sweet. Bubbles. This is definitely not where I was before, I think. I mean, I found a cave. Definitely not gonna help me, though. It gives me a chance to eat some bread, I guess. Mark the holes you've tried with cobble? True. Okay, there's another hole that way. Hang on. Let me just get more bubbles from the magma. No, that's way too big of a hole. Okay, I don't think it's this hole. It must be a different hole. Ah! Okay. Not that hole. Different hole. Same hole. Okay. Up we go. There's too many holes around here. It's not a real hole. Alright, this wouldn't be so difficult if there wasn't a frickin' ocean monument right here. Wait, I think I've got, okay. So if I can just, it would probably be, okay, what? Might be that hole. I can swim. Not that hole. Not that one. Tessa! Hello! How are you? Deltara, can we get a shout out for Tessa? Is it? It is very loud, isn't it? I'm sorry. I could turn it down.
Right? I'm just a fucking boat. Fuck. Alright.
Oh, yeah, my clip player's having a little bit of trouble today. Hello, Tessa. Hello, Raiders. I hope you all are having a fantastic day. Were you playing one of the Mario Party games again? Since you're saying Bowser's temper tantrum? Green Mario? Green Mario's not real. He can't hurt you. Luigi, on the other hand, he might be able to hurt you. Connecting the chat.
Okay,
What?
I can maybe pick up one or two things on my way. Just as far as I...
If you didn't... Oh, Paper Mario. Ah, I see, I see. What if I pause my Spotify? Will that make it load better? Nope. Definitely real. You've seen him. Gasp. Well, hello, Raiders. For those of you who don't... Oh, it's going again.
Play.
Nope. Okay. For... Nope.
Shut your fucking mouth now to take my items, okay?
Oh, Jesus.
Quest is-
Every time I try to finish my introduction, I get cut off by the clip resuming. Alright. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Sylvia. I'm a tree spirit, but I take it on the form of a deer girl. And I do have a little bit of a raid trailer for those of you who want to get a little...
And the road is tough.
Who...
The path
Yeah. Okay, it stopped. I do have a raid trailer for those of you who want to see what you're getting into. All right, here we go. Going on an adventure with her. Going on an adventure. I'm gonna break into people's houses and steal other shit. No! Oh my god, no! We can make them gay! It was inhibibit? Inhibibit? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, get fucked, fans! You're dead! You're so dead! Oh shit, it's the balls! Oh no, your save corrupted? I am so sorry to hear that, Tessa. That is so frustrating when that happens. I absolutely hate it when that kind of thing happens. Mark that with cobble. Don't laser beam me! I'm just trying to find my cow, which is in an ocean cave. I did not fall into lava. Deltara is lying, as Deltara does. I want to get more heart, just in case. A little bit more. Alright. Alright, let's try to find the freaking cave he's in. Cave cow. That's the one I just tried. Okay, maybe this doesn't look like a proper cave. I wish it was easier to see underwater. I know we came out right next to the monument. Don't die! I feel like I'm swimming so slowly. Leave me alone! They're so abusive. I'm just trying to find my cow. Okay, here's a cave thing. There was a kelp right at the entrance of the cave. Well, there's kelp everywhere. Oh my god, you're a genius! Everybody say thank you, Lila. I was looking for a kelp right at, like, the hole. Everyone say thank you, Lila. No more water. I don't want to deal with the water. Oh, thank God the water didn't put that out. Do I have my flint and steel? I do not. That would have been bad. We have our cow! You're gonna live here. Bye, cow! Alright, we have the coordinates we need for our new portal. We got 7... Well, I could take the corners off the other one. That way the cow won't be trapped forever, you know? We could come back for the cow on a rescue mission in the future if we just take the corners of this portal, you know? Joke's on you, I have a cow next to me. Please don't happen while I'm mining the block. That would be... Thank you. Alright, we got 1, and we need 10. Well, we have 8. We got 1 of the 3 that we needed for it. Okay, good. right there. There we go. Come on! Quickly before I get mining fatigue again. Perfect. Alright. Alright. Poor man, shulker box. Wait, why can't I have everything? Oh, I don't need that. I only really need the hay. Okay. So, now we need to get to negative 251. So I need to go positive X. We'll just go this way and get the 251 real quick. Okay, negative 251. And then 361, so I need to go positive again. Okay, well, it might be close, but I don't care. I don't think I have my flint and steel on me. Was there in this pile? I don't have any iron on me. Alright. So this is... Oh, a sip sip, thank you. Alright. This is the true one, so we're gonna shove all of our stuff in here. With no rhyme or reason. The true portal! Behold! Alright. I might want to break the old one. For now, we gotta go get our flint and steel, and we can use this as an opportunity to grab some more of our stuff. And hopefully, that portal will be where it needs to be. Am I walking? Okay, I am running. We got this. Just a little bit of everything. All the time. Wow, look at me go. Follow the pink plank path, the pink plank path, the pink plank path. Wow. Look at me go. Wow. You know what I need to do? I need to play a horror game. Because that was a goal for the subathon. Now, the problem is I did have a horror game. However, for some reason I was having issues with OBS being able to capture it. So I had two different horror games, but I guess I need to get a different horror game. Sylvia Nuzlocke? Yes, but I gotta do a horror game first. Because I owe you guys a horror game. A Nuzlocke would be fun. I think I've never played a Pokemon game before, so which horror game? Just a horror game in general. I was having troubles with Little Nightmares because my computer sucks and it was lagging even on the lowest settings. So I couldn't really capture it and stream. If it was lagging just by testing it, then it was gonna be hella bad if I tried to stream it. But I need to play a horror game for you guys. As if Minecraft's not one, but Minecraft is it's not the genre of it. If any of you guys have a favorite horror game, you could put it in the suggestions channel. We have a suggestions channel in our Discord. Because I need to... Oh, there's the cow! I'm gonna call you Carl. Hi, Carl. That cow got left behind. He's gonna live up here. He looked very confused, as he should be. Maybe we'll save him. Maybe we won't. We'll just have to find out. Oh, it's a group chat. Alright. Up we go to get all of our stuff. Alright, the flint and steel is the thing that we need. Okay, I can't fit everything. So we'll shove a couple of these things. Did I pick everything else up? Okay. Alright, I can carry one more thing. Alright. And we're off. Again. We might grab a couple of sheep over here. That way we have sheep on the Mushroom Island. Later, though. We'll focus on that when we have a spot for them. I need to get grass somehow. Do I have any hay on me? I have a lead. What do you think, guys? Should we save him? Should we save the cow? Should we save the cow? Oh, thank you for the hip hats. Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna attach the lead to him and just walk. And if it breaks, he stays. When we get to the torches, we'll look back and see if he's still there. Now I'm nervous. Oh, he's still there. It looks like he's keeping along pretty well. We're doing pretty good. He's still there. We got these. We got a lot of stuff that we're bringing back. But it's not too much, I think. Now, I don't know... moss. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to use grass blocks. We're going to use moss. We're going to cover the Mushroom Island in moss. That is what we will be doing. I hope you guys will enjoy our mossification. Oh, he's still there. Man, that guy is hanging on for dear life. As he should. He took a look around while we abandoned him. And he decided if I get a chance, I must go. Because there's just mushrooms up here and he doesn't want to live off of mushrooms. I will need a grass block at some point if I'm gonna have sheep. Yeah, but I'll get Silk Touch eventually, so it'll be fine. I can hear the cow right behind us. He's kind of annoying. But, you know, whatevers. I don't really want to shear the mushroom cows because they're so adorable. But that is how you get normal cows if you have mushroom cows. You shear them. But there is no going back, so we will not be doing that. Wow! Look at us go. We're almost there. Need more food. More bread. And then Oh, he's still there. He's still there. Still behind us. He's still coming. Alright, I'm gonna drop off my stuff before I go into the portal because you never know what could happen. And I don't want to lose all my stuff, specifically the moss. Alright, I know that we have fences over here. Welcome! Now, we are gonna grab the other cow real quick because I feel like it's important. I feel like it's important to have the other cow. You didn't think I was gonna leave you in this cave all by yourself, did you? Because I did contemplate it. Come on. Look, there you go. The two original cows. Together. Where's my... I'm gonna break this portal, because I don't want it to link up to the other one. 1 second. There we go. I'm glad that you actually mine slower when you have mining fatigue, because otherwise I would not have realized and I would have just been sitting here for a bit. All right. This should put us on the other island. Hopefully. Aha! We are on solid ground! We're on a mushroom, but we did it. Oh my god. Mushroom solid? This one is. This is that one's solid. That one's solid. Those ones? No. This one? Yeah. Oh my god, look at how cute. Oh, there's a baby. Oh, your little baby. Adorable. Love it. I love it. It's so good. Alright, so now we get to get more stuff from our base, like our bed, and put it on the Mushroom Island. How exciting! You just hatched a shiny Yungo. I don't know that Pokemon. I don't know a lot of Pokemons, but I do know that shiny is awesome because they're very rare. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. It's not the best Pokemon, but yee. Shiny is rare. We get these. Let's see. Wow! Look at me go. I'm bouncing away into the night. Into the depths of hell. Into the night. You know, I was originally planning 3 days ago. I was like, maybe I should do a 24-hour stream on Wednesday, but Blue was like, oh, I'm sad, I'll miss it. I was like, I will postpone it. I will postpone it. But I was thinking about attempting to do a 24-hour stream. It's gonna obviously take a while. Yes, of course. You just Deltra, Sylvia stream? Yes. I'm not certain how well it will go, because that would mean being up for a while. I might I don't know if I would, but I might decide to take a nap in it. Dark. Oh, you just want the 24-hour stream so you can get points. I see how it is. I see how it is. I don't know if I could... I don't know what exactly I would do for it, because I would want it to be, like, something fun. So I might look at our not hit subathon goals, and maybe we'll do something from one of those to make it interesting. I don't know. I'm just a little guy in a big world, and I don't always have the brain cell. So, I try. I try my hardest, but you know how it goes. Sometimes the brain just don't brain. At the moment, I just wrote down a bunch of games that I would like to play, and then I made a list of co-op games because my friends said that they would play games with me, so that'd be nice. But I just thought it would be an interesting thing to do. I've heard that it wrecks you, that people will get to like the 12-hour mark and they'll be thriving, but then they hit the 14-hour mark and they just want to die. So we'll see. It's going to be a 24-hour stream attempt. So I'm not going to hold myself to the full 24 if I really feel like shit. I mean, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to really push myself, but if I make it to just 22 or 23, then I'm going to say good enough. You know? That's just how it is. Because my debut stream was 12. And I hit that, I feel like, pretty easily. I wasn't even trying to. I mean, I wanted to do at least 10, but then I hit 12, and I was like, oh, okay. Alright, so. Let's take this. Wow. Wow. We're just gonna throw all the petals in here for now. Okay, okay. We'll take the non-essentials. It's just more petals. Oh, it was 2 petals. Of course it was. Of course it was 2 petals. This would be great if I had a shulker box. Alright, I'm gonna take the craft. I'm gonna leave the bed, just in case for now. Okay. Okay, we got this. We are almost done with this area. There's a creeper who thinks he can get one on over me, but nah. We are also going to need to kidnap a couple of sheep. But the sheep we can't really do anything with until we have grass, so we might just want to kidnap them over here. No. Because I want to... Yeah. Well, we'll see. Wow. What I need is a turtle egg so I can set up a zombified piglin trap, because I feel like they can spawn from nether portals even if you're on the nether roof, I think. I think that's just a thing about nether portals to make it seem like the portal's actually working. But it's a little bit annoying, and I want them to die, but I don't have any turtle eggs. Though we do have a turtle location written down on our coordinates when we originally were looking for our cherry blossom biome. Yes, I can words. I can words. Here, I can read off the list. So, zombie pig farm, you need lots of magma butts. Yes, I will need to make a magma cube farm in order to make the gold farm, in order to make the bartering farm. Because I mentioned earlier that I wanted to make a bartering farm. I think they can give us quartz. So, it's going to be a process. We got to make a farm. In order to make a farm, we need to make a farm for the farm. So, we make the magma cube farm for the gold farm for the bartering farm. Yep. That's what we do. Don't mind Buttspot. He just takes random messages and adds the word butt. He's just a silly little guy. So there's a couple of things I want to do in this world. So we are making our base on a mushroom island. which is great. No mobs can spawn. We'll be safe in the dark, unless we don't sleep and then we get phantoms. But that's fine. That's fine. It's all fine. It's all hunky-dory and all that. We have... Oops! My notepad fell onto my keyboard and hit that key. We have the coordinates for a shattered savannah. So I don't have any ideas for that yet, but it looks pretty cool. I did mark an ice thing, which is going to be great for the Nether Highway, because we will want packed ice for the Nether Highway. The turtle spot will help us for the gold farm, or an iron golem. We're going to need to find villagers at some point, but I have 5 different village coordinates marked on my map, so marked on my notepad. And then we have an ocean monument right next to us, so we can get prismarine easily. And then we have an archaeology spot that we haven't done anything with yet because we didn't have a brush. There's a coral reef we can get coral at, and there's a desert and a mesa that we found. All those things I just listed off. We found all those things before a cherry blossom biome. And we found a mesa, which is way rarer than cherry blossoms, before the cherry blossom biome. I still, whatever. Oh yeah, I have cows over here. Alright. I know it's not organized, and it might be hurting some of you, but I promise it will be organized at some point. For now, we are just desperately trying to get everything to be over here. But I will organize... I'll leave my sticks. I don't need my sticks. I will organize it, I promise. We are gonna need... We're gonna need villagers and a zombie for an iron farm. So I'll take the coordinates of whatever's closest to our mushroom island, because we got 5 different villages written down. I'll take the closest one and I'll adopt, surprise adopt some villagers, and in the same area I might be able to procure a zombie as well. We only need 2 villagers, because then we can make a villager breeder. And then we'll be set. Yeah, okay. I think this might be our last trip to the cherry blossoms. So, I think we're about to be all set to get started. One of the things that I will be doing is flattening out the mushroom island a bit, because it's a little bit difficult to build on hills and whatnot. So I will be doing that. I will probably be doing that off stream, because that is going to be incredibly boring to watch, just flattening out. I don't know if this is boring. This might be a little bit boring, just me walking back and forth and talking. I don't know. It's kind of like a just chatting screen, but you got something to look at. Just talking about stuff, and I'm like, jingle, 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 look, look, look. Sorry, I love that TikTok sound. You'd watch it. You'd watch me dig up mycelium and flatten out dirt. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We are also going to convert the island into a moss island, because mycelium is ugly. The problem is that after a while, if I don't have things to bounce off of, my ADHD just makes my brain go, So I'm going to probably need to make a list of things to talk about before I would do that. That is the only thing. Unless you guys want to just ask me random questions. As long as it's not too personal about, like, where I live or anything, I will answer it. Mushrooms. I don't know why they have mushrooms grow on the top of the nether roof. I don't know why they have them up here. It just seems kind of weird, because, like, nothing spawns up here. My favorite food? You see, that's a hard question, because I'm not going to answer yours, Deltara. You got to ask your parents about that one. See, my favorite food, it kind of depends on my mood. For those of you who don't know, I do have autism on top of my ADHD. And And so I do like food very specifically. But with the ADHD, sometimes I get really obsessed with a certain food, but then I hate it after a while. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. It's complicated having ADHD and autism. It's so much fun. I didn't even know I had autism until I graduated. After I graduated high school, so much fun. My ADHD does tend to be more obvious, but I do tend to hyper fixate on food at times. I guess for desserts, I do really like ice cream. My favorite ice cream would probably be coffee ice cream. I really enjoy coffee ice cream. And, but I also really like donuts. Oh, I had coal in there. We'll take the 2 blossoms. Oh, no, don't you dare blow me up right now after I picked up my bed, you little bitch. Absolutely not. For actual food, it depends. Breakfast food, I love omelets. The omelets that have like bacon and ham and all that good stuff in them. But then I also love French toast. But then it depends on what mood I'm in. So I might want sweets, and if I do want sweets for breakfast, I will usually go for French toast if I'm at a restaurant. But sometimes I'm like, I really don't want syrup and sugar right now, and I'll be like, omelet. Omelet is usually my pretty good go-to. I love the food at Cracker Barrel. So that's a good food. I really like that food. But it's really hard for me to pick a specific food. Dinner food, I do like steak. Steak is so good. I like to have my steak rare. It has to be warm all the way through. Warm all the way through. So whenever I go to a restaurant, I have to say medium rare, because if I just say rare, it'll be cold in the middle, and I don't want that. I want it to be warm all the way through, but as bloody as can be. Yes. I also like pork chops. Pork chops are really good. I should make myself pork chops. But making pork chops is so much work. I also really like shepherd's pie, but the type of version that I really like I like the normal version, but I like shepherd's pie made with sweet potatoes more than regular potatoes. They're both still good, but when you make it with sweet potatoes, it's very good. You wish you liked eggs. You don't like eggs? Have you... Because sometimes some people just don't like the egg yolk. Have you had a white egg omelet where they don't make it with the yolk of the egg? It's just with the whites? Have you had one of those? I've tried every kind of egg I can imagine, even ostrich. You've had an ostrich egg? You've had fish eggs? That's way different than chicken eggs, but, you know. Okay, maybe not every. Okay. You see, when someone says, I've tried every blank you can imagine, I always try to go to the most outlandish thing first. I'm like, even this? And they're like, okay, well, maybe not every. And I'm like, teehee. But every normal chicken egg cook style. So, like, fried, over easy, scrambled, all that stuff. That's what I actually think you mean. My go-to is usually, I do like scrambled eggs. I like scrambled eggs with little chopped pieces of ham and onion and cheese. That's good. If I have ham steak, I like to have my eggs sunny side up so I can dip the ham in the egg yolk, which is a little bit weird, I know, but whatever. I'm weird. What other breakfast foods? I do like pancakes. I like specifically bacon pancakes. So it's when you take bacon bits and you put it in the pancake batter as if it is a, like as you would chocolate chips. Let's shove this in there. Okay, we're going to need one more chest. Well, actually, this is going to be my bed chest. So I need my bed chest. I'm gonna need my furnaces and some coal. And I don't think I need anything else for that, for my temporary setup. I will need my water bucket for exploration. Don't think I need any of that. I need to flatten out before I do moss. And put that away. I think that's all I need for getting a temporary thing set up. Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes, making pancakes, making bacon pancakes, baking pancakes. So the reason why I decided to try bacon pancakes is because of Adventure Time. Because of that song. And I was like, how would I make baking pancakes? Because I didn't like the way that they made them. Because they just put straight up strips of bacon. And I didn't think that would work well ratio-wise. Because I'm like, well, you're just going to get big globs of bacon in some spots. And so I decided that I would make them with bacon bits. And I was like, okay, this is going to be the good stuff, you know? Oh, I should probably build up a staircase to get onto there. I need to get back up to my mushroom portal. I am going to probably move the portal downwards, but I'm just going to leave it in that, like, general location, I think. That way I don't accidentally fuck up the linkage. Why? Why are you here? This is a mushroom island. What? They're the only place in the game in myceliums and have a special property that no hostile mobs normally spawn in them. What? 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 This is unacceptable. No, absolutely not. This is not okay. Where did you come from? Die. Where did you spawn? He was up there. This is all mycelium. Mushroom fields. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Well, good news is that we don't have to hunt to get grass over here for our sheep. Bad news is it's not a complete mushroom island. But you know what? It's fine. I will just... Wait, what? Wait, this island is really small. Wait, is that other island just as small? Okay, both of these islands are super freaking small, but... Like, seriously? They both that small? Am I still in the mushroom fields? Okay, so I can go this way to keep making the mushroom... No, now we're in the deep ocean biome. How big is this island over here? I know this one is closer to the ocean monument, but we will be turning that into a farm eventually, so... Do I want to use this one? How big is this island? Let me just get to the top of it real quick. This one is still small as well. Right next to it. Okay. Well, I guess finding a zombie for our iron farm will be easy. You cannot remember. I'll look at it. It's... Hang on. Kai Kai Kitten. Oh, it's from Jujutsu Kaisen. Is what it says. Is what Google says. Well, this one, the one before it, the song that played just before this one. Here we go. I got a little bit of anime songs that play. Alright, we're gonna flatten this island out. I guess that is the goal. Fucking grass! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Whatever. I would prefer to have to hunt and try to get Silk Touch than have to deal with mobs on my island. Whatever. I guess I'm gonna sleep the night away just in case. Because we can have mob spawn. Because that makes sense. Put our portal down there, I guess. Alright. We got everything from the cherry blossom biome over. We just need to turn this flat and into moss. Hang on, let me check something. 5? Oh my god. We've been streaming for 5 hours. That's crazy. My normal streams were usually about 2 to 3, but I did want to get back into my streams being an average of 5 to 8 hours, so that's nice. I do need to get some food and whatnot, is why I was checking the time. I was like, I'm hungry. Yeah, light up the tiny patches of grass with torches. That's true. I'll just do that real quick before I forget, because I would forget. Let me just grab some torches real quick. They're in the... One second. Okay, let me just grab some torches real quick. There we go. That way I won't forget. Here are my sticks. There we go. Wow. Because all my coal is in here. Alright, so put my sticks over here. I'm gonna light it up just real quick while it's daytime. Go up the hill, I think, because he was on the hill. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. The mycelium is trying to prevent me. Here we go. It's all over here. Yeah, okay, here's green. If I see green, I gotta put down the torch. So here's some green. Here's some green. Some more green over here. Green. You know, if I hadn't decided to go with moss, this actually would have been really great. But I did decide to go with moss, so. There's that. Now I just gotta run around the edge. I think these edges are gonna be safe. So I shouldn't see any more mobs spawning. I'm just gonna do a double check because I think I might have missed one grass spot. Just over here real quick on the down low area. Maybe? Or maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just crazy. I have a shovel. What am I doing? Oh, I do have a torch right here. I'm just gonna move it right here. Okay, I'm gonna add, I think, one more torch here, and then I'll move this one to be right here. And then put that there. We should be safe. Now. We should be safe now. Wait. Lila, you got a first badge from that? I know you subbed earlier, and I was told that I had a first badge slot open, but I didn't realize you would get a first badge. That's weird. Well, congratulations. You got a first badge now. A first badge is the first, hang on, how many? Let me check the number. I think it's the first 10 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, the first 10 people to subscribe. However, I do know that about 3 weeks ago, I went through and removed some people because it was people who I didn't know who they were at all. Or, like, they had been, like, gifted a sub and they, like, weren't actually active. It's only 10. Yeah, it's only 10. But I like to make sure that the first badges go to people who are actually chatters. And when I first got affiliate, my friends gifted a lot of subs. And so those spots were reserved for those people. And so I just kind of went through and edited it. So it would be people who I actually knew. There we go. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go eat dinner. So we're going to find someone to raid. That's what we're gonna do. Let's see if any of my friends are on. No? What do you mean no? What do you mean no, Deltara? You can't just tell me no and I'll stay. I don't have any friends who are streaming right now. Alright, let's find someone who's playing Minecraft. We're gonna make a new friend. A brand new friend. VTuber tag. Because you flesh. Alright, we're gonna find a small streamer person to raid who has a cute model. They always do the bigger streamers first. Hang on, let me see. I've sent people to a non-English speaking one before on accident. Because I'm a dumbass. What are you? They look like a demon. They look cool. Whoa, that was loud. Alright, we're gonna rate this person because they look snazzy. They're also playing Minecraft. It doesn't look like they're playing... Oh, it does look like they're playing with a map mod. I don't know what other mods they might be playing with. But it looks like they got a bit done. Alright. We're gonna raid this new person. If you're not in the Discord, you should join the Discord because we got awesome people, awesome information, just, you know, awesome everything in general. And then here's our follower raid message, and then here is our sub raid message. So make sure you copy and paste one of those so you can join in with the love. Oh my gosh, 11 people. Thank you all for being here. If you don't see that little raid notification at the top of your screen, app, whatever you're watching on, make sure you refresh real quick so you get those bonus channel points and you get to help support another small VTuber streamer. That's what we do. We support each other's as best as we can. No, do not do the. This is a new person. Do not do the butt spot message. This is a new person. Do not do the butt spots message. If it was a friend, maybe. It would be fine, but this is a brand new person. This is no, Deltara. No. No. I'ma bonk you. Alright. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And thank you so much for coming to the stream. Bye-bye.